to kindly keep in order. Thank you. As we were saying, igama uVuyiswa kaCaluza have been requested to direct the program. As delegates might know, we are standing in on behalf of Umhlonishwa uPhumzile Mbathacele okungena bekumele aphathe uhlelo, who is the chairperson of Quality of Life in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, but due to unforeseen circumstances is unable to then join us today. As we begin our session, we'd like to firstly call upon umfundisi wethu Pastor Elsie Shozi, who is joining us on a virtual platform, who will lead us in prayer for those others who might not be in the same boat of prayer. Would like to then allow them a moment of silence and meditation. May we then allow Pastor Shozi to lead us in prayer. Can colleagues check with Umfundis? I had been made aware that she is connected.
Yes. I'm sorry about that. We had a problem with the network. I would like to honor and greet Honorable Premier, the whole legislature, all the representatives from different organizations, the leaders of interfaith, and all the dignitaries present. I greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I would like to ask, as we open this meeting, to open the Word of God in the book of Numbers, chapter 27, verse 4 to 7. It reads as, why should the name of our father be removed from amongst his family? Because he had no son. He is a possession amongst our father's brothers to us. So Moses brought their case before the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, the daughter of Zelophehad, speak what is right. You shall surely give them possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, if a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughters. From the scripture that we have read, we find a passage whereby there's a scenario presented here in Israel where women were not allowed to own land or any possession. And in fact, in Israel, a woman was treated like a property of his father and could only be transferred to father's inheritance to be given to them. And the Bible tells us that this matter, because it was unique on its own, Moses had to go to God and ask God what should he do. And you know what we find is amazing, is that God approved of this thing, new as it was. He approved of it and he said, yes, these daughters are speaking what is right. Give to them what is due to them. So we see these bold women were able to influence the law. They even affected God to change law in the time where things were not working into their favor. So what I want us to learn in this as we go and approach God is that God is a God of justice. God is a God, of fairness. God's intention is not for women to be disadvantaged at any given level. And he is able to change things also to suit them. So as we approach God in prayer this morning, in this month of women, we pray that God will help each and every one of us to have that understanding. And I want to challenge all the women in this place that as we remember the women back then who fought for the rights of women, we also need to know that even in the Bible, there have been women who have stood up for what is due to them, and they've even approached the status quo of the time and influenced the change in the law, even by God himself, with all humility and dignity. I want all women to know in this place that if we do not stand up and speak, if we sit down, we will not be able to inherit whatever that is due to us. We must take a lesson from these women, the 5 daughters of Zelophehad, and see how they approached God and see how they took this bold step and changed the status quo. And I would like us to pray on that word. Dear Father, we come to you this morning in Lord and Savior. We pray that God, as we open this meeting, we pray that you grant us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We pray that every speaker will present in our country as we celebrate the month of women, remembering the women who fought against injustice back then in 1921 and beyond. You raise more women with the heart to fight for the right, to fight for the dignity, to fight for the economic freedom of all women in our nation. We pray against all kinds of injustices and every obstacle that hinders progress in our nation. And we pray your blessing upon each and every representative in this place this morning as we open this meeting in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu Pastor Shozi ngomkhuleko osithulele wona. Sizoqhubeka nohlelo lwethu engicabangayo ukuthi all delegates banalo phambi kwabo. But briefly before we begin, Somlomo noNdunankulu, allow me to just say a few words. If I remember correctly, it was on the 14th and the 15th of August, 2006, when women across political formations represented in the legislature at the time gathered in Mandeni in the inaugural Women's Parliament. That was 15 years ago. A parliament that is on record to have been attended by more than 5,000 community members. No one knew that 15 years later, we would be gathered here, no longer 5,000 in numbers, but just 50 of us to continue the journey of fighting for full women emancipation. We stand here proud, Somlomo, of the journey that was started by Honorable Speaker of the time, Ubaba T.W. Mchunu uMacingwane. When the legislature started its sectorial, many ridiculed it. I remember abanye bethi hambani niyo attend le sketch senu. I remember others saying sihambela ukuyodla sibuya nama track suits. Honorable Speaker Nondunankulu, I stand here today very proud to be a product of these sectoral parliaments, where young people, workers, people with disability, and women come together to deliberate on issues as Tindabona. I remember in one women's parliament, lapho kwabalo zabantu besifazana baphethe emnyangweni kahulumeni. Namhlanje kuyajabulisa ukubona isibalo sabesifazane kwabayizinhloko zeminyango sesandile eNdunankulu. Kwakhala kakhulu nangokunikezwa kwabesifazane amathuba ezomnotho. Sizwile futhi saphinde sabona ukuhlelelwa kwabesifazane ingxenye ebekelwe bona ukuthi bahlomule kwezomnotho. Asisho ke ukuthi sekwenziwe konke, kodwa kuyakhombisa ukuthi uma sithatha inqumo kuleli parliament kusuke kuthathwa izinqumo ekwakheni ezizokwakha nezizothuthukisa isizwe sakithi. Ndunankulu, when Honorable Umama Upeki Nkonyeni, who was the legislature speaker at the time, opened the 2013 Women's Parliament, wakubeka ukuthi we need to intensify the struggle for women representation in the corporate sector. Kate somlomo nakuwe Ndunankulu ukuthi lesi sikhalo sakhona namanje. But women must continue to raise their voice. Lize lizwakale. Kuyajabulisa kakhulu somlomo ukuthi siphinde sakwazi ukuthi sibambe leli parliament. Siyayazi incindezi yokhuvethe eyenza kube nzima kakhulu ukusebenza ikakhulukazi uma kumele kuhlanganwe. Kodwa shaya umthetho siphinde sakwazi ukwenza inhlelo ukuthi izwi lomama liphinde lizwakale. Yesterday, our provincial government hosted the provincial women's celebration. Kutina, this was not just a tribute to the thousands of women who marched in 1956, but also a tribute to every woman who has taken the baton and continued to champion the struggle for women emancipation. This year, we celebrate the Women's Day under the theme, the Year of Charlotte Manyamaxeke, Realizing Women's Rights. Umama Charlotte Maxeke was one of the outstanding black women to ever walk on the South African soil and the entire world. She was the first black woman to graduate with a BSc degree. Kodwa akathanga uma ngabe yena sefundile wabona ukuthi akabe nomona nemfundo. Using her church, she was heavily involved in the advocating for education of a black South African. And we say she was indeed selfless. But also, as we celebrate our heroines, I wouldn't be doing justice if I don't acknowledge a teacher, a fearless fighter against women oppression, our mother whose shoulder we proudly stand on. As we celebrate her 96th birthday on the 15th of August, we salute Umama Gertrude Ntiti Shophe. Somlomo nakuwe Ndunankulu, whilst we acknowledge the many strides that have been achieved, we can never proudly stand here for as long as women must work extra hard to prove that they qualify for position. For as long as some amongst us disregard qualification, capacity, and capability, and insist ukuthi, hayi lo mfazi ungene ngekota. We must reject anyone who still has the mentality yokuthi indawo yomfazi isekhishini. Women must be equal partners to men counterparts in our society. Both men and women must work towards a common goal in eradicating patriarchy in our society. Somlomo nakuwe Ndunankulu sithi ke it's not all doom and gloom for women of this province in particular. We are pleased to reiterate the congratulatory remarks that has been echoed by most progressive women formations across the province and the country in congratulating women who have been recently appointed by the President to the National Executive. In particular, I would like to appreciate and applaud on behalf of Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane waseMzimkhulu, for her new appointment as the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy, taking over from our late Baveli Lehlongwa, who was a young woman from our province. Sithi makaqhubeke alale ngokuthula. Young women taking strategic position in government bring hope of the future that embraces equity. At no point, women must delegate a responsibility of women emancipation. Women must continue leading the struggle and breaking new grounds. With those very few opening remarks, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Speaker, Umama Umakhubela, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Ubaba Mvelase, our Premier, Umhlonishwa Ukhuzeni. Sibingelele kubaba, u-MEC, uRavi Pillay. Sibingelele kongqongqoshe abasijoyinile virtually. Siyazi ukuthi ukhona ubaba u-SE Hlomuga, ungqongqoshe wakaKhokta. MEC for Arts and Culture, umhlonishwa uMavimbela. MEC for Transport and Community Safety, umama uPeggy Nkonyeni. MEC for Human Settlement, umhlonishwa ubaba uJomo wakasibiya. Our leader of government business, umhlonishwa umama uNomsadu Bencube. MEC for Health, umhlonishwa umama uSimelane. MEC for Social Development, umama uKhoza. Si acknowledge i-apology kamhlonishwa umama uBongi Sithole Mloyo, MEC for Agriculture. Sibingelele ngokukhulu ukuzithoba kusokhaya umama, uMayor, umama uKhansela uNciki. Sibingelele ama-whips akhona ngokukhulu ukuzithoba. Sibingelele udadewethu kaManzini, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, uMakhosazana wakaZungu. Siphinde sibingelele ku-Secretary of the Legislature, umama uNerusha uManaidu, and the entire team of the legislature. Bese ngokukhulu ke ukuzithoba sibingelele kuma-delegates across all formations. Siyabingelela kubo bonke ozakwethu abakhona. I think I did not mention the whips. We do have ubaba uTV Qulu. Hayi bengabonanga ke ngiyaqala kanjani ngo-TV ngiyeke ukubingelela. Sengaze madoda ngiphucwe isikhundlana engisiphathisiwe. Sotswebho omkhulu wesishaya umthetho, baba uNxamalala, siyabingelela. Ukhona ubaba ukunene, ukhona ubaba uZwakele wakaMncwangu. Sibingelele kumama uDlamini, sibingelele kumama uRape, and all members who are here that I might not have seen, whom others might be outside. As we continue with our program, we'd like to call upon the stage umama uMayor uNciki azosinikeza amazwi okusamukela uKhansela okungiyena ophethe uMzwabantu Local Municipality.
Angibonge kakhulu uProgram Director. Greetings to the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable S. Zikalala. Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nontembeko Boyce, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, traditional leaders, delegates, mayors of the Ugu, family of municipalities, council, speakers present, councillors, distinguished guests, manene na manenekazi. It's a great and singular honor to be afforded the opportunity to welcome you, your Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, the delegates, and all members present here at Umuzwabantu today. It's a great privilege that out of all the municipalities in the province, our municipality was identified and given the honor to host this august occasion. Today's Women's Parliament follows the KZN Provincial Women's Day celebration, which was also held here in Umzwabantu only yesterday, and it was a very great success. We hosted this occasion in the year of Umama Charlotte Manye Maxege, a social and a political activist whose exceptional contribution to the struggle for women's rights continues to be an inspiration to all posthumously. Program Director, much has been achieved since the dawn of democracy to advocate for rights and development of women. However, it is undeniable that much still needs to be done to ensure a full emancipation and empowerment of women. As our struggle icon, the late President Baba Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, open quote, the legacy of oppression weighs heavily on women. As long as women are bound by poverty and as long as they are looked down upon, human rights lack substance. As long as outmoded ways of thinking prevent women from making a meaningful contribution to society, progress will be slow. As long as the nation refuses to acknowledge the equal role of more than half of itself, it's doomed to failure. Program Director, with those words, Baba Madiba was telling us that a nation that fails its women cannot progress towards prosperity. In this regard, today's sitting of the Women's Parliament, it's a clear demonstration of the provincial legislature's commitment towards the empowerment of all women across the spectrum. I must indicate that as Umzwabantu, we remain resolute that we can triumph over these and many other challenges and social ills through the partnership we have with OSS stakeholders, war rooms, ward committees, and all the working with Amakosi and all other stakeholders. Program Director, we are encouraged by the successes we have attained over the years from working with these stakeholders, and we intend to continue capitalizing on this to execute programs for women empowerment and development. Our municipality is a hive of activity throughout the year with programs for women that we do in partnership with the Office of the Premier and all the provincial departments. For this, I thank the Honorable Premier and all the MECs. Without your support, this would not be possible. Next on our list is the community dialogue that is planned in partnership with the Office of the Premier to be held on the 19th of August 2021 here at Umzwabantu. I want to assure the House that no efforts will be spared in ensuring that the participation of women in this program is prioritized and enhanced, as they are the important pillar of our communities. Program Director, also through our municipal local economic development programs, we are determined to enhance the participation of women in both the formal and informal sector of our economy. In doing this, women would not only be able to put food on their table, but also to create employment opportunities for others, which would assist us in reducing poverty in communities where they operate. Program Director, I think I would not be doing justice if I do not convey my utmost gratitude as a deployee to this municipality, to the Honorable Speaker of the Provincial Legislature and the members of the Provincial Legislature for the regular oversight visits to Umzwabantu. It is through this program that many service delivery challenges have been identified and duly addressed to improve lives of our people and women in particular. With those few words, I welcome you all to Umzwabantu. May the deliberations and presentations be insightful and contribute towards resourcing our women of KwaZulu-Natal from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. May the outcome of the sitting give rise to improved policy and legislative oversight mechanisms that strengthen interventions aimed at removing structural, institutional, and cultural barriers to gender mainstreaming and women development. Alibongwe. Malibongwe. Ngiyabonga.
Sibonga kakhulu, Mam Mayor, Indeed, sesizwa sisekhaya. Sizwile na izolo usho ukuthi kunesikhungo enisakhile enisakhe ngemali ebeniyifihlile. Umsebenzi omuhle uyanconywa. Also on the virtual platform, we have the MEC for Education, Ubaba UKI Mshengu. Siyabingelela nakuwe ngqongqoshe. We will now request usomlomo wesishayamthetho umama uNothemba Makhubela to then give us the background and the purpose of the Women's Parliament. Somlomo.
Program Director, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip Mamguni, Honorable Premier, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Umthembu Mvelase, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, the Leader of the Official Opposition, members of the Executive Council and the members of the Legislature, Secretary and all officials of the Legislature, heads of government departments and entities that are with us, members of the media, delegates to this Parliament, Inkosi yesizwe ephansi kwaso leli holo ngiyazi ukuthi Mam Mayor sikwahloma endlini. Inkosi yesizwe yalana esizweni esikusona eWard 7. Phinde futhi kube khona inkosi yesizwe sakwaMachi. Amakhosi mabili akhelele ward. Mam Mayor dadewethu Madlamini bengikhohle premier isikhathi esiningi mangila imizwa abantu ukuthi ngithi Mam Mayor when I'm speaking to the honorable mayor kujahe ukubizana ngodadewethu. Ngicela ukunibingelela ngibingelele bonke abantu esihlangene nabo esixhumene nabo. Ngifuna ukuthi kunimali bongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo. Ndicela ukunibingelela nonke zakhamuzi zesifundazwe sakithi kwaZulu Natal, kakhulukazi kwinyanga yamakhosikazi. Ngicela ukubingelela amakhosikazi kule nyanga lapho esithi sibheke iqhaza elibanjwe ngamakhosikazi ekwakhiweni kwesizwe. Also a month where we do not only recognize the role that they played during the local liberation struggle for the freedoms we enjoy today, but also looking at how we can overcome hardships faced by women today. Women in South Africa, just like their counterparts globally, where evil clutches of imperialists and colonizers have dared to impose themselves and their ways, had to fight for general liberation while still having a gender struggle to pursue. That gender struggle that women of South Africa had to pursue, it's a gender struggle that is still unfolding and that still needs the women that are here today to continue with it. So, Program Director, allow me to recognize then the women who are with us today, the delegates, the people who are sent by their various political formations to not just represent the ideals of the parties and the ideologies, but to be the active participants in pursuing the gender struggle outside the corridors of the legislature and the corridors of government. The real people that connect us as women in politics who are in public office with the real women, the women that you find in the homes, the women that you find ehlanzeni egadini, the women owathola estokfeleni bedlala istokfela sokuhlukaniselana ngokudla ngokhisimusi, the women that you find bedlala umholiswano ukuze akwazi ukuyothenga ifurniture, the women that you find bedlala umholiswano ukuze ngonyaka ozayo bakwazi ukuhambisa ingane esikoleni. Some of them badlale lo umholiswano ngemali ekuthiwa social grant because they do not have access to the means that have to change their situation economically. So I want to recognize the important role that is played by the delegates that are here. They are still the same women that are entrusted not to only make us accountable as public office holders, but they are the women who are here on behalf of the broader women to chart the way forward. After recognizing them, I want to also recognize the women who came before us, a distinct group of women who selflessly fought for the freedom of all people of South Africa, regardless of gender or race. They waged this struggle for our freedom, knowing very well that if they were not lucky, they would not only be imprisoned, but the main price that they would ordinarily pay would be laying down their lives and those of their loved ones. Among such women was Umama Charlotte Manye Maxeka, a founder of the Bantu Women's League, which is a precursor of the ANC Women's League, a woman of substance who was a pioneer in many fields, like science, education, missionary work, social work, and leadership. She led the first campaign against past laws here in South Africa. So this year's commemoration of the Women's Day was held under the theme, the year of Charlotte Manya Maxeka, realizing women's rights. Ensuring and protecting rights for all has been a constant struggle for government and social partners as we battle the devastating COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our nation and her people in countless ways. What was initially a health crisis has impacted the economy, health, education, food security, and gender equality. During this year's Women's Month, we must therefore be aware that for women's rights to truly triumph, we need to have a society that advocates and believes in legitimate gender equity. Legitimacy will come when we as women stand together, understanding that the challenges that we face as women are not imposed by us, but also understanding that whilst not imposed by us, they are not unsurmountable. The pandemic and the lockdown had made the lives of women to be triple the struggle that they have been before. But nonetheless, the spirit of resilience amongst women has made us to be alive up to this day. So I want to salute the current generation of women. I want to salute the women that you are representing today, the women at home and the women who are here. The women at home that I said yesterday have lost their means of income, whether they were street vendors, other small-scale farmers, working in restaurants, working in hair salons, working in bars as waitresses. But during the course of the lockdown, that is as a result of COVID-19, many of such women have lost their source of income because they could not go to work. Also, yesterday, program director, I told the guests at the Women's Day celebration about what I feel should be the focus of our celebration of this month, which I will repeat probably differently. For me, the essence of the women's struggle ought not to be how we only ascend to positions of power as women, but should also include how we as women intend to use our given responsibilities and influences to quicken the bringing forth of the total emancipation of women. These delegates can be achieved by women uniting beyond party affiliations and also ensuring that we take up space in our different political parties and support all those women who are leading. Make them accountable to women by not just being numbers, but being true agents of change in every space that they occupy. They must be agents of change that bring up women by being dedicated to bettering performance and having an impact. You can perform, but if your performance is not impacting positively the next person, you should not be representing us as women. This will only be achieved when there is unity amongst us as women first, unmarried, married, and widowed, and recognizing womanhood beyond race and politics, beyond sexuality, accepting diversity above all, knowing that each one with a right to choose her own sexuality is not making her less of a woman than my choices that I have made. Also, whilst recognizing the importance of women taking up leadership, we must also intentionally invest in empowering and upskilling women, because being a woman isn't inherently progressive, but needs an intentional will to improve and develop others. Akusho ukuthi program director uma ngaba kubekwe umfazi esikhundleni usehluleke ezokwenza kahle usube ezoproba progressive. Kodwa kunento kufuneka itshaliwe yokuthi self cultivate. It must not be just that I am a woman and it ends there. When I was young, Ubaba Mtshali, the late Babu Stalin Mtshali, told me that, do I know Margaret Thatcher? I said, yes, I know her. What, do you know that she was the first woman to lead such a huge economy? And they said, yeah. What, but do you want her legacy? In terms of the impact, do you want such a legacy? I will not say how I responded. But what is important is that the impact of a woman and being a woman doesn't inherently come with you being progressive, so to say. There's something more that we need to understand and that we need to cultivate as women that are gathered here today, so that we build better women that will listen to the calling of Mama Manyama Maxeke to bring others as they develop. And even today, I once more plead with you, like I did in the chapters before, to unite. Uniting as women is not equal to ganging up as women. Because when we are united as women formations, it will be because there is an agenda to pursue, which is an agenda to end discrimination, but also to end the gender inequality. But ganging up would be even when I do wrong because I am a woman. Women are compelled to support me and say, I know Tembeko is correct. Umfazi, premier, umfazi. That is ganging up. I am not calling upon us to gang up. I'm calling upon us to unite as women. And when we are united, we must call out any of us who practice any of the horrible gender crimes that have been meted against us, such as gender-based violence, discrimination, homophobia, hate crimes, and non-performance. Then that will be the real Womandla, woman power, sisterhood, whichever you prefer. But it must be based on principles that will progress the nation and end the struggle for women. We must do this whilst in public office, civil service, private sector, and in our own private lives. It has been done before by women who broke records in their fields, and it was proven to work. I know that even such women as Kanyisile Litchfield Chabalala, who became the first woman Rear Admiral back in the early 2000s, and Candice Chetty, a first woman submariner, who, whilst bringing down barriers, also opened doors for more women to enter the ranks of the South African Navy, and many have followed them in all the defense forces of our country. That is the impact of bringing down barriers, but also of being responsible as a woman. Whilst I celebrate the above women, I want also us to celebrate and emulate the women who are leading in civil service in our province, all of them. But I want to single out those who had brought with them performances that have shown that they were responsible and were leading in great strides after being audited by the AG. I speak of such women as Ms. Nelly Shezi, the acting HOD of Provincial Treasury, Dr. Sifunda of the Department of Sports and Recreation, and our own Ms. Nerusha Naidu of the KZN legislature. I say to them, Mbogodo, this you must continue to do so that many doors will be opened, but accountability will remain the compass for all women in leadership, including us in public office. My sisters, yours is a different struggle from that was waged by our forebearers, whilst they had to bring us freedom. Nina kumele nisigcinele isidima senkululeko. Nina kumele nimanyene nako nilwe futhi nokungalingani okujongiswe kuthina manina. Kumele niqhube umzabalazo wamakhosikazi kwilizwe esisungula kabutsha kwakugqitha lo bhubhane woCOVID. Kumele nina amakhosikazi anamhlanje, kakhulukazi nina amakhosikazi asebenza naqeshwe kurhulumente nalawo athe asimela, nilwe nokwakhiwa kabutsha komnotho nobutyebi belizwe lethu. Kumele nibe seqhulwini leqhaza likahulumeni alibiza ngokuthi kuza kube kuyi-economic recovery, ukuvuselelwa komnotho. If you are not driven by selflessness, you are not driven by accountability and responsibility, you will not be able to take this task to its fulfillment. You must be a generation that brings back public confidence to both the elected leadership and those that are in administration. This can be achieved by leading lives that are exemplary, being tolerant and accountable to the people we lead, but importantly, being upright, keeping to the systems of governance that are there. Singabonakali sele sizenzela ngezindlela ezizothi zityebise thina. Kumele nibe ngamaqhawe angomso, kodwa nibe niphila njengabafazi banamhlanje sisiphumo nesivuno sabafazi bayizolo. Whatever form of disruption that may take place must be known by you that it will have an impact on women, and therefore you must be ready to resolve it. Recent events of looting and violence and the impact it had on the healthcare services for mothers and their newborns has added the challenges faced by women. The chaos that we saw during the violence in KwaZulu-Natal echoed the kind of disruptions that we do not want to associate with. It brought into focus the fragile food system and growing concerns around food security for most people. As far as babies and breastfeeding mothers are concerned, the same kind of disruptions played itself out when it came to access to food, when they were left with no real access to formula milk to feed their babies. It was further exacerbated by some dangerous recipes for homemade formula milk. Ngake ngabona lapha sesifundisana manje ukwakho ubisi emakhaya. And wasubona ukuthi ingane ngempela zisenkingeni. While food deliveries to KZN province resumed after 7 days, many mothers had to leave the safety of their homes to drive long distances to find formula. Delegates here in this parliament, you must rise with solutions that will put the women at the center of the recovery of our economy, but that will also insulate our province from such as what we saw in those days in July. Delegates, gender-based violence continue to plague us as a province. But now there is also the new phenomenon of families conniving with perpetrators to defeat the bringing to justice of with perpetrators to defeat their being brought to justice. The recent reported rape of a young girl aged 18 from Kwakwela in Bergville from the same clan, and another 16-year-old girl was also raped, and the perpetrator offered 4,000 rand so that the case be taken off, depicts a sickness in our society that must be nipped in the bud. Women must be free to walk anywhere, day or night, without fearing attacks. But also women must be protected by both culture and the law when they have been victimized. It must not be culture that is used to further victimize women. If such happen, we hope that our police will stand ready to deal with criminals, including the family members who negotiate above 4,000, above 5,000 when a child has been raped. We must also appreciate the role played by civil society in bringing this to the fore, and also ensuring that there is psychosocial support that is provided to victims. Amongst those that I also want to appreciate is the role played by the veteran presenter of Ukhozi FM, Usisduz Dukoza, esimbiza ngoLady D, in not only assisting victims find justice, but also providing the linkage with psychological assistance for all victims. Siyabonga Mama Ukhoza. I know that I would not have done my service to you if I failed to speak to you about how, as this Women's Parliament must further chart a strategy to deal with the racial tensions that had flared up last month in areas such as Phoenix. We know that it was reported that 36 people lost their lives in the racial-fueled Phoenix massacre. This came as a shock to all of us, regardless of the fact that since the break of Pennispero racial comments a few years back, we as a province have been tiptoeing around this glaring racial tension. We must trust our political parties led by the mothers, sisters, girlfriends, wives, aunts, and grandmothers of the victims to stand together to thwart this backwardness. We must be frank in dealing with what may be the underlying causes, but we must not at any moment, because of political expediency, fail to call out what happened at Phoenix, that Phoenix massacre will forever be a sore point for our province. We must also, whilst dealing with the racial tensions, look into the unequal economic opportunities in the province. Drug trafficking and probably the emergence of gangsters, and how it further poses a threat to our development as a province. And Honorable Premier, we hope that when delegates speak to that, you are ready to assist us in implementation, because we have observed that your government has been close to what has been happening in Phoenix, and we know that others have already been brought before the law, and we must appreciate the law enforcement for doing that. But we know as women that bayaboshwa vele besidlwengulile baphinde bakhishwe. What will stop those abazobe sebesibulele? Kuthiwa lihle kakhulu icala elikhulunywa nomnikazi walo engekho. But we must trust our justice. And as these women formations, we must be able to stand up and fight for justice for all those who perished and were injured at Phoenix in the past weeks. These terrible episodes sent a message to all of us that the struggle for women emancipation is far from being over. This is a continued call for us as women, partnering with all progressive men, that we must continue the struggle for total emancipation of women and the girl child. We must know that for as long as gender-based violence and femicide is prevalent, no economic freedom will come to us, and we will never be able to really be equal to our male counterparts. Therefore, we have nothing else that we must be expecting except for the total emancipation of women and the girl child. We know that when we met virtually last year, which was the first time that we met virtually, and which I must appreciate the cooperation that as an institution we received from the women formations, because there was nothing we could have done. We had made some resolutions. When we're gathering now here today, we are going to be having an opportunity where the Premier would be reporting on to us on how far government has gone with the implementation of last year's resolutions. But also there are various stakeholders, including the Department of Social Development and the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, that will make presentations to us. Sazi ukuthi uma undunankulu ethi Operation Vula, akukho Operation Vula nje kuphele lapho, is Operation Vula umnotho abafazi bangene. But it must further go beyond ukuvula singene. We must be sustained and developed in the economy. There must be no areas of the economy where you do not find women, where we still celebrate to see a woman, oh hayi ke kaloku xa sithetha ngaleni into umfazi okhona pha nguvuyiswa ayikho enye into ozayijonga. We are past that time. It was nice when it happened. It was very nice, we enjoyed it. Now we no longer enjoy it. We now move beyond government to say to women that have been developed over the years in the various fields of the economy, Operation Vula nakuwe, vulelo dadwenu ngasemuva, bangene in the same fields. Because if we remain with only thinking that Operation Vula will be done by government, we will never achieve it. Government creates the environment that will enable us women to be there. But if we are not united and we are not cooperating and we are not upskilling, bringing omunye unkosikazi njengokuyalelwa kwethu ngumama uMaxeke ezabafazi when we get into these positions, women, total emancipation of women will never happen. I also know that then when we're done, we will go to the resolutions that we want to propose going forward. Of course, the Quality of Life Standing Committee will continue its role that it usually does and make your work whilst we are still waiting for the next chapter of the Women's Parliament. To this end, I want to thank Usis Pumzile, the chairperson of the Quality of Life, who, whilst she had a very important family responsibility, continued to have the preparatory meetings. None of you could have seen or known that une family responsibility adila nayo because she was there. Yingako ke kuthiwa niyimbokodo. Is because you multitask, niyayithwala imithwalo yenu. Just like the book of the Proverbs say about you. We want them to say, ipalamende lenu, libe lihle, ipalamende lenu must not be words, but it must lead to deeds. Then, and only then, will the saying, wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo, be realized. Thank you, Program Director.
Sibonga kakhulu Somlomo. May we once again give the speaker a round of applause. Sibonge kakhulu Mahubela. Kunzima ukuthi umlungu mesakhuluma usukume umchazelo ukuthi isikhathi engathi sesishayile. Kodwa ke we are slightly behind scheduled time, but we are hoping ukuthi mase siya kuma presentations will be able to manage our time accordingly, because the reports that were given that we are expecting from the Premier obviously can't be interrupted as well, because it speaks to the resolutions that we took in the previous Women's Parliament. We will then call upon the Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Ubaba uKhuzeni, to then give us the responses to the 2020 Women's Parliament resolutions. Premier.
Thanks. We may be seated, please. Program Director, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Kaluza, Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Boys, Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Mthembu, members of the Executive Council, all of them, especially MEC Pillay, who is here and will present later, and MEC Khoza, who will also have time to present later. The Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Zuma, and all members of the Whippery, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Zungu, leaders of all opposition parties that are here today, my greetings to members of this House who are here to participate and started participating from yesterday. It is very touching to see that political parties have placed this platform and take this platform so serious to the point that you assembled the most senior delegations from your parties. Compatriots and all, and we want to also greet the mayor of Umzwabantu, Umzwabantu, the mayor, Honorable Nciki, as well as all councillors from the family of the municipalities of Uku. Compatriots, we gathered during Women's Month to present the 2020 Women's Parliament Progress Report covering the resolutions we took together to promote the status and well-being of women of our province. We take immense pride in the work that is done by this legislature. It is an activist parliament of the people, both in words and deed. It lives in the lives of the women, the poor, and marginalized of our land. We salute the legislature for hosting this session of the 2021 Women's Parliament amongst the people of Umzwabantu local municipality. This is a fulfillment of the Freedom Charter's proclamation, which boldly states that the people shall govern and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. The Freedom Charter, which remains a torchbearer of the ANC-led government, was the product of a long campaign from August 1953 until the 26th of June 1955. During the Women's Month, we salute the countless women in the Multiracial Federation of South African Women, the Congress Alliance, and the Congress of the People that organized and collected demands that were incorporated into the Freedom Charter. It was again these heroic women who in 1956 organized the biggest march in the history of our country to the city of government to protect against J.G. Strydom and the tyranny of the past laws. We pay tribute to women like Istwalandwe, Mama Lillian Nguyi, Dorothy Nyembe, Betha Nkoa, Francis Bard, Helen Joseph, Ruth First, Rahima Musa, Florence Mkhize, Fatima Mir, Istwalandwe, Sophie DeBrain Williams, and many more others. These women, nalabo mama, abalandela ngeminyaka yama-80s, baba ingxenye yomzabalazo owamelwa kumbe owawuqalwe ngumama uCharlotte Maxeke eminyakeni engu-150 edlule. They took the baton and followed her wise counsel that, and I quote, "This work is not for yourself. Kill the spirit of self and don't live above your people, but live with them. And if you can rise, bring someone with you," close quote. I want to emphasize and underline two important messages from this quotation. The first, live among the people. Don't live above them. I wonder whether we all consciously understand the meaning of this statement. This is a call that in each and every area where we live, we must be part of the daily battles of the people. But it also says, if you can rise, bring someone with you. Don't think you will emerge on your own, but rise with the people themselves. Fellow members of this House, as we rebuild our province from the devastation of the coronavirus pandemic and the ruins of violent destructions that we recently witnessed, we must be guided by Charlotte Maxeke's counsel and patriotism. We must use her inspiring story and achievements in patriarchal and racist society to forge ahead in creating a society that is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, equal, and prosperous. We must use her memory in the year dedicated to celebrate her legacy to accelerate the campaign for gender equality, to make sure that we deliberately promote women's rights and to continuously build generational equality. Our socio-economic programs meant to lift women out of poverty and to improve their standing in society should be guided by a history which reminds us that Black women in South Africa suffered the phenomenon of triple oppression. They suffered and were oppressed as the racial groups of Blacks and Africans in particular. They suffered at work as a class that sold and continued to sell its sweat and blood so that they survive. But they also suffered as women, as I indicated, that women were and are still, to a certain extent, oppressed even by the very one who himself is oppressed. Mainstreaming gender and advancing gender budgeting must therefore be a non-negotiable for our provincial government. Programs we spoke to yesterday, which include Operation Vula, RASET, SMME development, set aside for women and other targeted group, the skilling of women, and improving the delivery of basic services are a must if we are to end the plight of women who remains the face of poverty, unemployment, inequality, but more painingly, violent abuse. Let us be reminded of what Mozambique President Samora Machel once said, where he said, and I quote, "The emancipation of women is not an act of charity, the result of a humanitarian and/or compassionate attitude. The liberation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, a guarantee of its continuity and a precondition for its victory." Close quote. In this quotation, there is something that is common from the expression of former President Samora Machel to the expression of former President of the ANC, Oliver Tambo. Both shared the common conviction that their respective countries will never be free unless women are liberated. Former President Machel says the liberation of women is a precondition of the victory of the revolution, and it's a guarantee for its success. And Oliver Tambo will say, South Africa will never be liberated until women are liberated. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to provide progress report on resolutions taken at the 2020 Women's Parliament. I will also focus on highlights of the progress report, understanding that some MECs will elaborate and provide details during this sitting. Honorable members, during the last sitting of the Women's Parliament, a concern was raised regarding the lack of professionalism in some SAPS community services centers when dealing with the gender-based violence victim. The 2020 Women's Parliament then resolved that the Department of Community Safe and liaison should pay a special attention in capacitating SAPS to handle GBV cases seriously and with professionalism. We can report today that SAPS and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison is rolling out the training for SAPS members in dealing with gender-based violence cases and victims. They've introduced a monitoring tool that they use to assess or to dictate non-compliance by members. In this regard, 183 social workers and 60 volunteers from social development were employed at police stations to attend to gender-based violence cases. In addition to this, the Department of Community Safety and Liaison hosted a training workshop for all eThekwini centers on human trafficking behavioral change, which is a program that focuses especially on men and boys. The gender-based violence awareness campaigns implemented since the last year have reached not less than 66,806 people in the province. Honorable Chair, the Women's Parliament in 2020 also resolved that the provincial government should attend to the issue of farm workers and enforce the application of the minimum wage as prescribed in law. We can report here that the research indicates that the failure to pay the minimum wage in farm areas affect both women and men. In this regard, inspectors of the Department of Employment and Labor continues to conduct inspections to monitor compliance with Minimum Wage Act. In 2020-2021, a total of 1,572 inspections were conducted in the farming sector, and a total of 17 cases were referred for prosecution for failure to comply with the enforcement notices issued. During the first quarter of this financial year, which is from April 1 to the 30th of June, a total of 117 inspections were conducted in the farming sector, and 9 cases have been referred for prosecution. And this is the work of the government and the government at work. Honorable members, last year's Parliament took a resolution that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs must ensure that more programs focusing on women are implemented in local municipalities. COGTA is heeding the call. Today we report that COGTA, in partnership with civil society, religious sector, and traditional leaders, have implemented 4 workshops on local government toolkit. On the 4th to the 5th of November last year, 12 women officials from Ugu, Renkonyeni, Hirigwala, Greater Kokstad, and Umzimkulu were trained on this kit. The full report gives figures of other municipalities that received training is also available to the members of this House. Female Amakosi from all 11 districts also participated in the gender-based violence dialogue hosted by COGTA on the 24th of July 2020. The female traditional leaders and Ondlunkulu participated in the commemoration of International Women's Day coordinated by the Office of the Premier and the Department of COGTA on the 8th of March 2021. The aim of their participation was to empower Ondlunkulu Bezizwe to become champions of rural development within their respective traditional communities and encourage Ondlunkulu and the rural women to participate in the cooperative movement in KwaZulu-Natal and effectively contribute to economic growth of the rural areas. In 2021 and 2022, COGTA is finalizing financial support for flagship program which target women development, which include Umkhanyakude district, and it's a flagship program that will be in Bambanana. Another one will be in Uthukela, called Vukuzenzele flagship program. Another one will be in Umgungundlovu district, called the KwaZulu-Natal Impendle flagship program. And the last one will be in Ilembe district, called KwaXhili flagship program. Honorable House Chair, the Women's Parliament last year noted and decried the persisting economic inequality between men and women. It resolved that government must fast track the realization of equity in the economy. Honorable members, we can report today that the Department of Community Safety and Liaison has prioritized women in leadership positions and posts. At the same time, at the time of compiling this report, 62% of the departmental staff is women, with 47 forming part of the developmental management from level 9 to level 13. Over the 2020 to 2021 financial year, 181 women-owned companies benefited to the tune of near 10 million allocation. I think this is one of the departments, community safety and liaison, where women in this parliament should applaud that at a management level, you've got 62% of women. That is the greatest achievement ever to see. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has introduced a new indicator, which is number of women farmers program supported by the department. The indicator is strategically introduced to track progress made in providing significant support to female farmers. The department has an agricultural development policy that was approved on the 21 December 2020, which made provision for every successful application from farming entity owned by women within the small-scale farmers to receive an additional 15% on grant funding. And this additional 15%, it's grant. It means you don't bring it back. By the end of the fourth quarter, the department has successfully supported a total of 50 female-owned projects against an annual target of 27 female-owned projects. While at the same time, the Department of Human Settlement is fast-tracking the realization of equity in the economy and set aside for women. The Department of Human Settlement has developed a Siaka incubation program, which is going to focus on training, capacity building, mentorship, and targeted procurement. The program is opening up opportunities for the entry of emerging companies in this sector. In the next 3 years, these will be trained and be allocated through compulsory subcontracting and Siaka incubation program. a total of 164 women-owned companies met the minimum requirement to be included in the SEACA incubation program. The department has created a total of 4,851 work opportunities to date, with 682 work opportunities created for women in the first quarter. At the same time, the department has created 1,378 work opportunities for the youth. In addition, the department has a total of 140 youth participating in skills development program. Of that 140, 70 work opportunities is allocated to young women. This translates to 50% of the total of women opportunities created. Fellow members of this August House, last year, the Women's Parliament also resolved that the government must spearhead a back to basics campaign that will fast-track implementation of policies that ensure the informal and formal economy goes to the hands of local women and youth of South Africa as part of the post-COVID-19 recovery plan. I understand MEC Pillay will deal with these issues later, but let me highlight some few progress in this regard. We can report here that COGTA is in the front line of assisting with improving the regularization of informal traders and to provide a more sophisticated space for businesses in this sector so that they can improve from informal activities of our economy. While at the same time, ATIA is empowering women through programs like bulk buying, Zimele Traders Fund, Operation Vula Commodities, Radical Agrarian Socio-Economic Transformation, the RASET, and Operation Vula Fund. Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs has approved a funding for 443 women-owned businesses, which represent 43% of the total successful applicants for Operation Vula Fund. ATIA is implementing the Women Empowerment Strategy. This entails incubation program focusing on the downstream aluminium, metals, and engineering. So, what decisive that women should not be left in cooperatives or in tenders of government, but they should also enter the Black Industrialist Program and manufacture as artisans and engineers. This program also directly and indirectly linked with other related industries, such as women in construction. 30 women entrepreneurs have benefited on the program, with several trainings focusing on skills development in specific sectors that are relevant, mentorship, access to infrastructure, and compliance with those relevant industries. ATIA has also a 12-month SMME mentorship program, which is executed under Itala Development Finance Corporation. I can say this is one of the successful programs that seek to appreciate the role of women in the economic development under the program of Imbokodo Iyazenzela. And this program starts from the district and culminates at a provincial level, where 20 winners compete on their own, and one gets support, one who emerge as a winner, then get assisted, but all of them get some kind of the support. Honorable Speaker, Noting the concerning rise in gender-based violence and femicide cases in KwaZulu-Natal, last year, this parliament resolved that the justice system must impose harsh sentences for gender-based violence and femicide perpetrators and give more support to the rehabilitation of the victims, as well as decisively deal with offenders. Indeed, justice system is making strides in imposing harsh sentences for gender-based violence and femicide. We can report that the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is strengthening legislation to effectively punish gender-based violence perpetrators. It is seized with the Domestic Violence Act of 1998. It deals also with Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill, the criminal law, which includes sexual offenses and the Related Matters Bill. The department works with communities to assist in opposing bails in cases of gender-based violence. During this quarter, 3,285 arrests were made on gender-based violence cases in the province. No less than 31,017 victims are receiving the psycho-social support through the Department of Social Development. Through the Department of Social Development, the province has increased the Tutuzela care centers from 6 to 8 in 7 districts. Work is going on to establish another Tutuzela Center in Ingwavuma. Honorable Speaker, last year the Women's Parliament also resolved that KwaZulu-Natal must advocate for centralized and specialized courts that will deal with the gender-based violence only to avoid delays and backlog. Courts in KwaZulu-Natal hear sexual offenses irrespective of whether they are designated sexual offenses. Currently, there are 12 designated sexual offenses courts which are located in Durban, Pietermaritzburg, Ntuzuma, Umlazi, Mbumbulu, Pinetown, Empangeni, Matadeni, and Scottburg. A resolution was also taken that the government must address the root causes of violence and moral decay by introducing a gender equality module from primary school's curriculum. We wish to report that the Department of Education has reviewed its curriculum, especially on life orientation, to speak to gender roles and gender equality. There is a module that will be introduced to address root causes of violence and moral decay by introducing gender equality module for primary schools curriculum, whereby both boys and girl children will be taught and groomed to be better human beings in our society. The Department of Education is especially targeting farm schools and special schools. This program aims to achieve better enrollment of girl learners, to combat absenteeism, and to bring back the dignity of all girl learners and protect them from gender-based violence. The Department of Education provides sanitary towels to needy girl learners from quintile 1, 2, 3, and certain learners in quintile 4. Honorable members, a resolution was taken last year that all levels of government should prioritize employment of disabled people. The report we are presenting today shows that all levels of government are making strides in prioritizing employment of disabled people. COGTA has set an example by exceeding the 2% target to be at 2.4. The provincial treasury has done well to have reached the 2% target, and all departments are above 1% and clearly determined to meet the target. On the resolution that women living with disabilities must be part of the mainstream economy, we can report that the Department of Transport supply chain mechanism policy is aligned with the preferential procurement regulations. The radical economic transformation objectives of the departments are implemented by utilizing a holistic and a focused strategy to promote Black economic empowerment by ensuring that 5% procurement goes to disabled people. COGTA, ATIA, and SALCA are working together through the inter-provincial task team coordinated by the Department of Small Business on red tape reduction and ease of doing businesses. Community work program is directly benefiting 82.6 through employment opportunities. At least 306 participants in the program are women who are disabled. The Women's Parliament also resolved that the law enforcement must prioritize safety for women living with albinism as they live in fear of being killed for muti or umuti. In this regard, SAPS is issuing extra safety protocol when dealing with albinism cases and issues of gender-based violence. Honorable Speaker and members of the House, the 2020 Women's Parliament was justifiably appalled by allegations of corruption and malfeasance regarding funds meant to fight COVID-19 and save the lives of our people. We wish to reiterate our commitment as the sixth administration that we are determined to root out corruption in the public service. We agree with the last year's resolution that law enforcement agencies must be supported in investigating these allegations. We can report that the Office of the Premier initiated the process that led to the investigation of alleged corruption. SAPS, SIU, NPA, and the Department of Justice have worked tirelessly with the investigations. Some suspects have seen their day in court, monies have been recovered, and other cases are still under the prosecution processes. Honorable members, I present this progress report as a high level of work done on the implementation of last year's Women Parliament, while details will be presented by members of the Executive Council. This report on its own attests to the struggle to realize a truly non-sexist society. To say that progress in dealing and addressing patriarchy is correct. There is progress in addressing inequality and in dealing with gender inequality. But to think that all have been achieved will be incorrect and misleading. There is still more work to be done, and as government, we are determined and more committed to address all challenges that hinder progress on women emancipation. Thus, as we deliberate on this report during our discussion, may our discussions and resolutions be inspired by the need to restore the dignity and honor of all women of KwaZulu-Natal. Working together, Let us walk in the footsteps of Charlotte Maxeke to advance women's rights and to achieve generational equality in our lifetime. It is time to rise with all the women of our province to rebuild the KwaZulu-Natal of our dreams. Together, let's grow KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Premier Khuzeni. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kukona konke uPremier asekhulumile. He indeed does deserve another round of applause. Sibonile ukuthi uma ngabe sithatha izigqibo la eParliamentini lethu kusuke kungekhona ukuthi kusuke kudlalwa. Uma ngabe i-report from the Premier ibala kusukela ngonyaka ophelile kuze kube manje sekukuningi osekwenzekile kodwa futhi kusakuningi la kusamele kuyiwe khona. Ngaphandle kokuchitha isikhathi, we will then take ama presentations. Siqala nge-team from the IEC. Engicabanga ukuthi kuthiwe kuzoba khona uMiss Anne Masinga, who is connected virtually, who will briefly give us a presentation on voter education with a special focus on women. She only has 10 minutes, and we will request that she adheres to the time allocated. Ms. Masinga.
Thank you very much, Chair. And to save time, I will say protocol observed. I'm not going to waste time to talk about the role of women in politics in general. I think the previous speakers have done a sterling job of trying to talk to that, and also the fact that given the house that I'm speaking to today, I will be speaking to the converted. So I'll try and be very brief. I will just summarize the processes in terms of where we are, in terms of the preparation for the elections, because I think that's what people are interested in. You will recall that the Electoral Commission had commissioned the former Deputy Chief Justice to head an inquiry into whether the elections, if held, as announced by the President on the 27th of October, will be free and fair. Given that the time that we are in at the moment in terms of COVID, the Commission subsequently received that report. It is available on the IEC website for anyone who is interested. But the central thesis of the report is that it would be impossible to hold a free and fair election if that election was to proceed in October as announced. The bottom line is that unless we have achieved herd immunity as a country, and a free and fair election may not be achieved, because we are aware that unless we have vaccinated at the level at which we should be as a country, which is 67%, which is what the health experts are saying, will give us the herd immunity that we need as a country, which will put the population of vaccinated at 40 million. It will be risky for the Electoral Commission to proceed with the election in October this year. We therefore, as the Electoral Commission, took a decision after consulting with the various sectors, including political parties, the health fraternity, and a whole lot of other civil society organizations that make presentations at the inquiry, that it makes sense for us to go and approach the Electoral Court as the Commission to seek a postponement. And on that score, we also took a decision after receiving the report as the Commission to postpone the registration weekend that should have been held at the end of the past month. And the reason for postponing the registration weekend was generally the health concerns given the high infection figures that were at that time being presented by the health fraternity, as well as the mortality rates that we were experiencing at the country at the time, and the fact that we were still on disaster level 4 when we received this report, and we wouldn't have continued with a registration event, particularly because political gatherings are banned in any level other than level 1 or adjusted level 2 in the country. And at the time, we were sitting at disaster level 4. And the projections, of course, I've already touched on. We have been told by the health experts that the low transmission period in the country will be between the months of September, October, and November this year, which then says to us we need to try and work outside of this and work within the low transmission period as such. Now, there was a little bit of confusion whilst we were approaching the Constitutional Court as the Electoral Commission, the Minister of Culture nationally proclaimed the election of the 27th. We do acknowledge as the Electoral Commission that it is the Minister's constitutional obligation to proclaim an election date in the absence of a court order which postponed the elections. So as soon as the Minister then proclaimed the election date of the 27th, we were then obligated as the Electoral Commission to issue an election timetable in line with the proclaimed election date. Now, the implications of the proclamation by the Minister on the 3rd of August is that the voters' roll for the purposes of the 27th of October elections then closed at midnight on the 3rd of August. And then that date also signaled the opening up of the voters' roll inspection period, which is a new introduction into the timetable for the elections, which we've never held before, which is a legal period within which people can lodge objections into the voters' roll. That also opened candidate nomination. We are aware that we are receiving submissions in our offices at the moment from political parties and independents that intended contesting the elections on the 27th of October. And candidate nomination opened last week and will remain open until the 23rd of August. We are compelled as the Electoral Commission to continue with the existing timetable in the absence of an order from the Constitutional Court postponing an election. I thought I'll just touch on that because it's quite a topical issue at the moment. I thought I'll also touch, whilst in terms of the current timetable, candidate nomination has opened. The deposits for contesting elections have not changed from 2016, where if you are contesting a metro, it's 3,500. If you are contesting a municipality, it's 2,000 rands. And if you are contesting a ward as an independent or as a party that does not intend to contest the entire municipality, the ward remains at 1,000 rands. So generally, these are the figures that we worked with in 2016, which were actually a decrease of 12% and 20% for metros and local councils respectively, compared to the figures that we worked with in 2011. The intended objective was to look at opening up the space for citizens who want to contest, but also try to obviate frivolity, because once it becomes too cheap, you will then end up with a ballot paper that is a booklet that people will have to page through. But generally, to summarize, if you are contesting the entire country and the entire municipality that exists in the country, whether it's a district, local, or a metro, it's going to cost you 482,000 to contest the country. If you are going to contest the entire KZN, the metro, the 10 districts, and the 43 local councils, it will cost you 99,500. Now, in terms of the way forward, what we are requesting specifically from the Electoral Court as the Electoral Commission is that we are seeking relief from the court to be able to hold the election outside of the 90 days that is prescribed by the Constitution, because the Constitution is very clear. In terms of the Constitution, on the 3rd of August, the term of office for the current sitting councils expired. We then have 90 days as the Electoral Commission to reconstitute municipal councils. So we are seeking relief from the court to hold elections outside of the 90-day period, and then 90-day period expires on the 1st of November. We are also seeking relief to get authorization from the minister, for the Minister of Courts and nationally to withdraw the notice that is already issued on the 27th of October elections. And we are saying, can the court authorize the issuing of a fresh notice calling an election and setting a date at no later than the 28th of February as advised by the fraternity. I must indicate that the first of election, whilst we are asking for that as the Electoral Commission, all the health experts that made presentations at the Mosenega inquiry will be invited to also make submissions at the Constitutional Court as confirmatory affidavits, because when they made submissions to the Mosenega inquiry, those were not sworn affidavits. We do expect that at a time when they make these submissions, because the situation is quite fluid in terms of the behavior of the virus and in terms of how the country is doing in terms of the vaccination program, it is highly possible that the February dates that we are requesting as a deadline as the Electoral Commission may not even be achieved if the latest predictions are that even in February we wouldn't have achieved the herd immunity as a country.
Ms.
We
Masinga, please
therefore
round up.
want to use every platform that we get as the Electoral Commission to encourage people to go and vaccinate, because the more people vaccinate in the country, the sooner we can get an idea of whether by February we would have achieved the herd immunity that will then enable us as the Electoral Commission to proceed with the elections. We then have an alternative relief that we are seeking from the court. If we are not successful in getting a postponement to February 22, the latest, we are saying to the Constitutional Court, even if we don't get that postponement, it is impractical for us to still continue with an election on the 27th of October, given that we have not been able as the Electoral Commission to undertake a general voter registration drive, which has become synonymous with elections. Is not a legal requirement, but we have created an expectation in the country that every time we're going to have an election, we have a voter registration weekend. And looking at where we are now, and looking at 27th of October, it will not
Ms.
be.
Masinga, may we request that you round up, ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe rounding up will be, for me, an alternative relief that we are seeking from the court, that the court must then deem it unconstitutional and invalid for us as the Electoral Commission not to hold this weekend and not to hold an election. And we are saying, can the court then rule that as unconstitutional, but then suspend that judgment until February 22, or whatever other time that will be given by the court in terms of a postponement. We are also seeking an order that the current sitting municipal councils remain competent until such time that we have elected newly elected councils. That is to help with avoiding uncertainty about the legal status of the current sitting municipal councils. So that, Chair, summarizes for us what we are seeking from the court. Maybe just 2 sentences as a way of wrapping up. We then have an alternative planning option as the Electoral Commission. Should we be granted what we are looking for from the court, we are intending to then hold a registration weekend in September this year, and then opening up candidate nomination and registration again to be able to then present the opportunities for both the voters and political parties in preparation for a February 22 election. That I will leave it at that. I will not go into any further detail. I hope I've given clarity in terms of where we are as the Electoral Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Masinga from the Provincial Electoral Office. the IEC. We really, colleagues, do not mean to be rude, but because we are all given times that we must present within, we will request that all our presenters do assist us in abiding by those times that have been given to them. The next presentation will be from Ms. Cynthia Mbambo from the Department of Justice, who is joining us physically, and she also has 10 minutes.
Program Director, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, Honorable Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce, Honorable Mayor of the Umuzi Wabantu Municipality, Councillor Nciki, all councillors present, Deputy Chief Whip present, MEC for Economic Development, Mr. Pillay, all MEC presence, officials of the KZN Legislature, officials from different departments, the members of the Women's Parliament, all women present, I greet you all. Standing in front of you is Ms. Mbambo from the Department of Justice. I have a brief presentation with regards to gender-based violence, which the Honorable Speaker has spoken about in his address. To start off, I would like to maybe give a brief description of what is domestic violence, what is considered as a domestic violence case. I will just define it as any controlling behavior or any abusive behavior that occurs in a social relationship which harms or which may cause harm to safety and well-being of the complainant. It is also normally carried out to control and intimidate victims. Domestic violence comes in different forms. It may either be physical, emotional, psychological, sexual, harassment, stalking, intimidation, and a lot more. Coming to my presentation as the Department of Justice representative, I am here to enlighten about the role of the police and the criminal justice system as a whole in ensuring that all South Africans are responsible citizens that embrace an equal society while protecting the vulnerable. I will start off with the role of the police, which is South African Police Service. When it comes to gender-based violence cases, what is their role? Their role is to ensure that a case is open when there's an incident of domestic violence. A case is reported and an arrest is made, and an accused person appear before the magistrates within the 48 hours of arrest. Another duty of the police is to render assistance to the complainant of gender-based violence or of domestic violence by making an arrangement for the complainant's suitable shelter and obtaining medical assistance. It is also to explain to the complainant the remedies at his or her disposal in terms of the Domestic Violence Act, which protects the victims of violence and the right that they may have to lodge a criminal case, and also is to collect evidence to present to court for prosecution when the case has been reported. And also, lastly, with the duties of the police, it is also to make sure that once an application of the protection order is made by the complainant, they go and serve and bring back the return of service to the court to notify the court that the respondent has been informed of the application of protection order. And how do they open the case? They report to the nearest police station next to them where they reside to lay a criminal charge. And once the case has been opened, it gets referred to the magistrate courts for prosecution. That is in respect of the domestic violence cases. When it comes to criminal justice system, what is the role of the criminal justice system when it comes to domestic violence cases? With the criminal justice system, the complainant may approach any magistrate courts nearest to where they reside, in which they permanently reside or temporarily resides, or where the respondent resides, or where the respondent carry on a business, or where the respondent is employed. Then they approach the courts, they make the application for the protection order in terms of Section 7 of the Domestic Violence Act number 116 of 1998. The courts may then prohibit the respondent from entering the shared residence or the complainant's residence or the complainant's place of employment once that order has been made in the magistrate's court. And also, once that application has been made, the protection order comes with a warrant of arrest, which is issued concurrently with the order, so that it is brought into effect if the respondent breaches any provision of the order, or if the respondent is found to be guilty of infringement, and then they may be sentenced to imprisonment or a fine. Besides an application of a protection order within the criminal justice system, there are designated sexual offences courts that are fully equipped to deal with the cases related to sexual abuse. Honorable Premier has mentioned in his address there are different courts that deals with sexual abuse cases within the province. These courts are equipped with specially trained magistrates, prosecutors, clerk of the courts, interpreters. They deal with such cases with the assistance of the trained court intermediary within a user-friendly environment. And also, while explaining that, there are also various pieces of legislation which the Department of Justice works with, which includes Domestic Violence Act number 116 of 1998, the Protection from Harassment Act, the Maintenance Act, the Sexual Offences Act, and many more, which protects the victims of domestic violence or gender-based violence victims. And also, besides the various pieces of legislation, there are different programs that the department is engaging on, which one of them I will just mention only a few. The first one is the Under the Tree Dialogue, which is a national program initiated in response to the President's announcement that was made in 2019 of the National Emergency Plan response in terms of gender-based violence and femicide cases. These dialogues are aimed at raising awareness and positively changing the attitudes of men and young women and young boys towards women. Through this men and young boys dialogue, the department wants to encourage and educate men about the impact of abuse on the victims and on families. It also seeks to redefine manhood by challenging and breaking down negative stereotypes about women within our communities. During these dialogues, men are encouraged to resolve conflicts without resorting to any abusive behavior or any violence towards women. And also there is an online application for protection order, which is now introduced by the department in order to make things easy for the victims in the comfort of their home. This is a tool that is only being introduced whereby the applicants will be doing an online application for protection orders at their home. This is only a project that is being piloted. It's not yet fully operational in all the courts, but it has been implemented, and the aim of this online tool is to get it fully operational in all the courts. There is also another program that the department is embarking on, which is called 100 Days challenge. I will just explain it happens to be not on the slides. The 100 days challenge also speaks to cases of domestic violence where the department is trying to make sure that they finalize all those cases within a short period of time so that there is no backlog in domestic violence cases, to make sure that the perpetrators are brought to book and there is closure from the family in a short period of time. This 100 days starts when an application is made, right until the case is finalized and the accused is sentenced to imprisonment or to fine. This program has been also implemented in various courts, whereby it is consisted of a team of magistrates, the magistrates. It is consist of a magistrate, a court clerk, an interpreter, the court manager, the magistrate that deals with domestic violence cases, to ensure that cases are finalized within 100 days or even before. Honorable Speaker, allow me in closing to indicate that as the Department of Justice, we wish all the victims of domestic violence to come forward and open the cases so that perpetrators may also be brought to book and justice may be served. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dadewethu Cynthia, just on time. We will request now MEC Waga Itia, 10 minutes, Honorable Ravi, 10, only 10, Mhlonishwa, for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Deputy Chief Whip Koluza. I am trying to put the stopwatch on so I can keep track of time. It's going to be quite a mission to summarize what is normally delivered over at least half an hour to an hour, but let me try. Program Director, thank you very much. Our Speaker, our Premier, our Mayor, the Chief Whip and other members of the legislature, honorable delegates to this Women Parliament, and all those attending virtually, I greet you all, Sanbonani. Of course, if you can move to the next slide, please. Much has correctly been said that we are celebrating this year the life of Charlotte Manya Maqweka. And I think the critical point there for this presentation is that 150 years ago, she decided to do a BSc degree, which would have been quite phenomenal and revolutionary at a particular point in time. And I'm saying it's critical for this presentation because it talks to a critical tool if we are going to grow, if we are going to transform the economy, and that's our skills base. It's only with that kind of tool that we're going to have, or sharpened weapons, in order to be able to make great strides in the task that we have as we go forward. So let us be inspired by her as we engage in what I think we would all agree is a ultimate or final frontier in our task of change, in a task of making our country a better and greater place, not just for us, but in the continent and in the world. According to the latest Global Gender Gap Report, South Africa has an overall ranking of 18 out of total of 156 countries. But this just represents the progress we've made in advancing women in our democratic era. Our ranking on economic participation and opportunity, however, is 92 out of 156 countries. And for wage equality for similar work, we go right down to 131. And so these are the things we seek to change, to improve as we go forward. In 2018, Statistics South Africa released the Gender Series 4 Economic Empowerment Report, and this traced the strides made by our country to close disparities in economic empowerment over a 16-year period. And unfortunately, the gap between male and female participation in the workforce rates remained relatively unchanged. Gender inequality in access to financial assets was substantial and associated with discriminatory inheritance practices, and the concept of generational wealth is something we need to grapple with at some other time. And in 2017, 53.4% of households headed by males owned their dwellings compared to 46.6% of females. So these are indicators of where we are. And then as early as April 2020, the United Nations made the observation that COVID-19, the impact of it will on women's economic and productive lives will be affected disproportionately and different from when. Across the globe, it's not just a South African phenomenon, across the globe, women earn less, save less, hold less secure jobs, and are more likely to be employed in the informal sector. So these are the challenges that we seek to deal with and change, and again, we are inspired by Charlotte Maqweke's example as we go across, as we implement these tasks. So we engaged and developed what is a working plan, what we call the Provincial Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan. And that's important to note that it's not just recovery, but also transformation at the same time. And this is in line with President Ramaphosa's statement when he said at the time, "We will forge a compact for radical economic transformation that advances the economic position of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and that makes our cities, women, towns, villages, and rural areas vibrant centers of economic activity." So each of us, wherever we are, we must have a vision for our area as to how it can become a vibrant center of economic activity. And so we brought together the province, all the stakeholders in the province, government, business, labor, and civil society, and forged what we call a social compact to say, this is our province, this is our economy, and how are we going to grow and change it to achieve the objectives that we want. But not only at the provincial level, and this is an important point for us, that we must cascade it to the district levels, at least in the immediate phase. So at the district level, you're practically and concretely looking at the economic activities in your district. Now, there are certain cross-cutting programs or principles which must infuse everything. Entrepreneurship development, that's SMMEs and co-ops, township and rural economic development, that must again, in whatever sphere, we must say, how does this have impact in townships and rural areas? Women, youth, military veterans, and people with disability, the informal economy, and then lastly, localization. Now, localization as a concept is something, again, we can speak for about an hour. But basically, we are saying we must move away from where we are using and eating and consuming things that are not made in our country. We want to try to make things ourselves. And the first example is the clothing and textile, which I'll speak to a little later on. But everything, if you talk about Operation Vula, which has been driven and conceptualized by the Premier, we're seeing our young people in particular starting to make things like detergents and cosmetics and opening bakeries and so on. It's all part of the operation. So where we can, we must be able to make things ourselves, employing local people, producing locally, and having access to market. Now, this next slide is important because we said, what is our economy in KZN? Because there's no point in KZN, although we had Kwashlati, there's no point in investing 100 million rand in diamond exploration because we are unlikely to find it. So what are our economic strengths? And we are fortunate in the sense that we are a diverse economy in KZN. We're the second biggest province in economic terms after Gauteng. We are 16% of the South African economy. So that diversity of the economy is a strength which we must be able to use. And so in alphabetical order, I think we need to move to that's the previous slide, I think. Agriculture and agro-processing, yes, that's the one. clothing and textiles, which we'll speak about later, creative industries. There's enormous job creation opportunity in the creative industries. Finance and services, the fourth industrial revolution in ICT and innovation, again, huge opportunity. Health innovation coming out of COVID, we're learning that. Industrial development, the informal sector we must deliberately target it as a sector. Infrastructure development, trade and investment, manufacturing, mining and mineral beneficiation, the oceans economy, and tourism, of course, which has always been a pillar of our economy and continues to be. Now, I can see I'm going to be running out of time seriously. Now, let me say that in each of these sectors, we have studied it and we have programs for it. And we're not imposing it, we are working with the sectors in each of those particular categories. And we want to learn from them, and then we want to influence how they do things. Remember, the state is 30% of the economy. The private sector represents 70% of the economy. So we have to have this dynamic interaction in order to influence the 100% to achieve the objectives that we want. So in agriculture and agro-processing, if you move to the next one, we set out there the programs that we want to implement, largely through the Department of Agriculture. It's supporting the small producer. The small producer must become what we call the subsistence producer, must be able to become a small grower, and from small grower move to actual commercial development. That's the plan we have. Department of Agriculture will give support to produce, but the key lesson throughout all our programs we learned, you can produce but you don't have market access, then there's no point. So the end result must be able to guarantee market access for that produce to be sold. And in between, there's logistics to be dealt with, packaging, agro-processing, and so on. And all of these things are part of RACID program, which is a very seriously driven program. I think in the last year, if I recall correctly, there were about 3,000 farmers who were able to produce 52 million rand of produce, which found its way onto the shelves of even some of the major chain stores. If you move to the next one, clothing and textile, let me say here that at one time we used to employ 300,000 people in KZN in the clothing and textile sector. That fell to 43,000, from 300 to 43,000. Why? Because for whatever reason we opened up too much. We were using imports. The clothing industry was flooded with imports, cheap imports that destroyed the industry. There's been significant policy change now. In fact, we believe it's grown up to about 90,000 employees, and it can grow much further. Even on the empowerment side, we have an example like in Msinga, where there's a young lady, Leli Kumalo, if I recall her name correctly. She took, with help from government, took an old factory site, revamped it, and today she's got an order, I think, from Fushini, if I recall correctly, and she'll be able to employ hundreds of people. We must continue to give support in terms of quality control, machinery, and so on. There are other examples which is a result of what is called the clothing master plan negotiated nationally, where the big companies have committed to push their local content from 35% to 65%. As a result, for example, I know of another factory which has got an order now from Woolworths, which will take its employees from 45 to almost 300. Now that's a local production in the clothing and textile. On the PPE side, we don't want departments to be using masks that are made in China. We can make our own masks. Our SMMEs can be brought into the value chain. Quite simply, we need to create the enabling environment. And that, of course, will apply to hospitals, linen, hospital uniforms, gowns, nurses, correctional services, and so on. The creative industries I've mentioned, I'm not going to go back to it, but suffice to say that there is even a film city on the cards. Another day we'll talk about why it was delayed, but that has an opportunity to create 6,000 jobs. The banking sector, we want to coordinate between the institutions like our own ITALA, the DBSA, Land Bank, Growth Fund Trust, and even the private banks to contribute to a new financial empowerment infrastructure so that finance is available to our SMMEs. If we go to the fourth industrial revolution, and this is quite remarkable here, we want to improve the connectivity in KZN. And yes, the private companies are playing their role as well, which we want them to transform as well. But there's also opportunity in the township and rural economy. And not far from here, there's a place called Kwatolo, where just 2 months ago, a young black African entrepreneur, Nati Mbele, if I recall, launched his own white space internet service for the whole of that Kwatolo area. And in there is a commercial model where people, because you pay, I mean, you're paying for your data. I don't know how much you're paying, or you're paying for whatever packages. With this model, they can create a package which they argue is going to be much cheaper and, of course, create entrepreneurs in the process. So the fourth industrial revolution is a key area. Program Director, I can see you being lenient. I'm going to take advantage. No. Okay, so this, okay, let me be fair because I'm already 13 minutes, almost 14 minutes. So it's similarly in each sector, whether it's the health and innovation, the industrial development, we have special economic zones, the informal sector, which was spoken in detail about. Let me just mention infrastructure, because we think that water, electricity, and sanitation is just a local government issue. Social. Water and electricity are key economic issues. If you don't have a regular supply of water, a business cannot run. An entrepreneur cannot operate their own businesses. So wherever you are deployed, whether you're in civil society or wherever, let's contribute to a new ethos of efficient government, proper maintenance of our services, and expansion of it. I'm not going to take advantage anymore, but let me just say that, Program Director, in each of these sectors, we have similarly unpacked it in a way that we want the economy not just to grow, but also to transform. I believe you all have the presentation, so you'll be able to go through it at your leisure. But let me just take the Operation Vula as the one practical example of what we're trying to do. Operation Vula will have 1,000 SMMEs across the province. It's just over 1,000. Will benefit in varying degrees, from 200,000 to 500,000 to 2 million rand of equipment. Over and above that, and again under the leadership of the Premier, there's going to be support programs to them, to say from financial management, quality management, market access, we're going to hold their hands to try to help them develop. That's the first phase. We're going to hopefully, once it's completed later this year, be able to launch the second round, and hopefully a next 1,000 will also benefit. So Vula is just one example of one program across the various sectors. And very lastly, I want to make the point is, very lastly, that all of this, we will not be able to know how far we are going if we don't have a proper, what we call M&E capability, monitoring and evaluation capability. So there's work underway to say, this is our baseline at the moment. This is how far we want to move this year and next year and in 5 years, and then you in your Women's Parliament, hopefully next year, can be exposed to that M&E capability and see whether we are in fact making progress or not. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you, Program Director, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Ravi, having taken an extra entire 6 minutes. Delegates, we do have presentations, so where he has not covered, please ensure that you go through it so that when you are then asking questions, you can be able to ask those questions at the time that will be allocated for such. We will then request DSD. I am told the presentation will be done by Ms. Bongi Wecebekhulu. The indication I did not get whether she is physically present or virtual. May you please come forward, Ms. Cebekhulu, from DSD. You have your 10 minutes.
Yes. Firstly, I would like to greet Program Director Honorable Kaluza, the Premier Honorable Zigalala, the Speaker Honorable Mamu Boyce, MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable Pillay, and other MEC connecting virtually, honorable members and delegates of the Women's Parliament, but not also forgetting to greet the District Mayor, Councillor Ngobo, as well as the Mayor of Umzwabantu, Councillor Nciki. My name is Bonisiwe Cebekhulu. I come from Department of Social Development. I'll try and summarize my presentation. Looking at how COVID-19 has affected women, the presentation requires that we appraise the delegation for this 2021 Women's Parliament on the impact of COVID-19 on women as they are expected to be productive workers while balancing their work responsibilities. We've seen the impact of COVID-19 as it is gradually increasing worldwide. But again, we are looking at the issues that are affecting women who are also occupying leadership positions and also having a challenge of changing their natural roles and responsibilities within the household. While they are changing their roles within the household, they are also impacted by the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty, which has taken a toll, especially within the family life, causing so much strain within families. Over and above all these triple challenges, then we have this pandemic, we have a COVID-19 that is hitting hard on economies, also hitting hard on the participation of women in economy. We've seen women carrying within the families, having to carry the burden of care for family members, especially since the schools had to close and children were going to school on rotational basis. We've seen also the women being challenged in relation to adjusting to the fourth industrial revolution when it comes to digital technologies for work, digital technologies for education and communication in general, where children were not in par with the understanding that their parents have on issues of digital communication, and which has affected also the schooling of the children. We've seen that within the work environment also, there was a less contribution in relation to the performance by women because of the challenges that they face in their homes. The work tools of trade were not coming forth in speed because it was an unexpected situation of the country confronted with the COVID-19 pandemic. And then also the challenges of infrastructure network in terms of ICT, which was affecting women who are within communities or women in the workplace when they are expected to work from home. So we've seen a rise that has affected the parent and children relationship as well because of cyber bullying that has been taking place, which women now had to intervene in terms of supporting the children and creating awareness on issues related to cyber bullying and screen fatigue as well when they are supposed to assist children with their homework. Remember, the extra work and extra hours and more effort had to be put by women in ensuring that they support their families while they are working at home as well. The school closure then demanded that women should be there more than the 8 hours that they are used to when they are at work. We also highlighted that the pandemic also had some disadvantages again when women were confronted with lots of meetings because the way of working was easier because we're connecting for meetings. So you will find that there are more than 3 or 4 meetings a day, which sometimes take longer and also created fatigue for women. And then it also, in terms of support, in terms of the work that they are giving at work, is not visible or available on time because of the distance. One is working from home, and the social distancing is also applicable if you are working at home. Essential workers were really struggling in ensuring that they strike the family balance issues within their families and responsibilities. And since they were also affected by the inequalities that were happening inside the home, in terms of roles, gender roles and responsibilities of parents, where women find themselves, that it was difficult to strike the balance when they are working from home. But moreover, there was another issue which is still one of the pandemics in our country, issues of gender-based violence. During the lockdown, where women found themselves that they are locked with the abusers. They could not breathe, they could not move. Abusers gained freedom of control over their victims, which are women as well as children. They had to be they had challenges in terms of reporting cases of abuse. And well-being, which needed psychosocial support from government departments, especially our Department of Social Development, where we had to come up with strategies of ensuring that we provide online and telephonic psychosocial support, which was beneficial to women. So been tested positive for COVID-19, the issue of uncertainty and risk of losing the job, as well as risk of losing life, not only life of women themselves, but also life of the family members. The mental illness was increased. Depression was more affecting women because they could not have enough space or enough time to go out and speak to other women, share their challenges, their experiences because of COVID-19. Over and above it also impacted more on the socio-economic participation of women. Women that we know that are on the street, that are selling their produce or their products were also affected. They could not be in a position to go out and have a participation in the economy. I'm running out of time, as I'm told. But I believe the House will have the document from Social Development. We actually have 2 documents. The presentation that I'm doing now is more related on COVID-19 impact. The second presentation that is in front of the delegates is the one where we present our services and programs as the Department of Social Development in curbing or supporting women in terms of the impact of COVID-19 and how our services are spread throughout districts and what budget is available for such services to be implemented by the department. Because of time, let me stop there and also request that or recommend that the House today looks at the presentation and assists the Department of Social Development with inputs that will ensure that we provide necessary strategies of how to move forward in terms of supporting women's sector in KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Ms. Cebekulu from DSD. We will then take the next presentation from Ms. Florence Maleka, who is connected virtually. She also has 10 minutes.
Good day, Chairperson. This is not Florence, it's Fanani, but I'm with Florence. It's Fanani Manugu from the DPSA. Thank you, Chair. Let me thank this opportunity for the DPSA to present on what we've done in terms of the impact of COVID-19. I've sent my presentation, and due to the time constraints, I believe I'm not going to go through the whole presentation. You should be able to read that at your own convenience. Let me recognize the presence of the Premier and observe all protocols to avoid missing any other person of importance. But mostly let me recognize the delegates that are attending this Women's Parliament, both physically and virtually. My presentation talks to what we have done on two areas. The first one will talk about the circular, the latest circular that we developed and shared with departments relating to how to manage COVID-19. And the second one is based on our monitoring. That is part of the Public Service Women Management Week. The DPSA, I've given you the mandate of the DPSA, both the constitutional and the legislative mandates. I'm not going to go through them, but it is specifically to show what the role of the DPSA is when it comes to what departments are supposed to do. And I'm not going to belabor the point. The previous speakers have already indicated how the impact of COVID-19 has been disproportionately affected women in South Africa. So I'm not going to belabor that point. I'm going to go straight to slide number 8, which talks specifically to the latest circular on COVID-19 interventions. The area that I want to talk to is remote working arrangements. When departments, when we were moved over the levels of disaster management, every time the DPSA would release a circular to guide departments on how to go about it. And what will relate here, although it's not specifically focused on women, because the public service employs both men and women. But it was left to the HODs and Director Generals to make sure that they look at the specific sectors that they serve and see how these employees, the diverse employees, are impacted by COVID-19. The first one there being on remote working arrangements. The reduction rate there of 30% was meant to look also at what will affect, the department's ability to deal with the services that they are required to do. And on that, we expected departments to make sure that for people who have vulnerabilities, and not only in terms of comorbidities, but also vulnerable in terms of young women who maybe are pregnant, young women who have small children, etc., etc. But that was not specifically, it was left to the HODs to take that decision to make sure that they use the provisions of this to accommodate those people. And the last one that I'm also going to go down to is that they also needed to make sure that they manage the consequences of non-compliance to this, to make sure that the work doesn't suffer. Service delivery still happens when people are working away from the office. Then slide number 9, the next thing that the circular provides for is for leave management. You'll recall that leave management, because we knew that there were 2 months that people were away from the office during level 5. So employees could not use their leave days. So this was followed by a directive that extended the expiry date of the leaves that employees had, in order to make sure that they are not impacted by not using the leave days during the hard lockdown. Then 2.4 in that circular talks to resources that are required for remote working. For remote working, we expected each and every head of department to provide the tools of trade to all employees that will be expected to work from home. Then slide number 10, where we deal specifically with the responsibilities of HODs, because the DPSA provides the broad framework, but when it comes down to the implementation, it should be the HODs that make sure that they deal with these provisions at their own discretion, looking at their own specific sectors that they are dealing with and their specific services that they are providing to citizens. And the last one, to re-emphasize it, although I already indicated, they were supposed to use legal means to make sure that they follow the right procedures. Then the second part that I also spoke about was the monitoring that we ourselves did in terms of the interventions that we expected the departments to have when we monitored the implementation of the Public Service Women Management Week in 2020. You can see that the response was not very great. Only 5.22% indicated that during the discussion of this meeting, they spoke about the impact of COVID and how they were going to deal with it. 57.29%, that is the highest number that just ignored the whole thing. They didn't provide any information on that. And then on slide number 12, this is specifically on what discussions were had, and you can see that KZN there, we had only 8 departments that submitted reports, and out of the 8, only 2 confirmed that they had discussed the COVID-19 impacts, and then 2 said that they haven't done anything, and the rest did not even respond to the question. The next slide, please. In the next slide, that is the breakdown that we give specifically for KZN. Departments that submitted reports, you can see that we have arts and culture didn't submit, community safety and liaison. We have education has never submitted a report. Health, I'm surprised it's for the first year that they haven't submitted a report. They always submitted reports. And then we have social development and we have transport that didn't submit reports.
May we request that you round up, ma'am?
That responded to the questions, it's human settlements and provincial treasury. And this is what they said they did to talk to the issue of COVID-19. In human settlement, they had, for the first time, in the strategic planning session, they said that they discussed the issues of gender in their program, but what they specifically said is that they had a panel of speakers that spoke about information which should help employees to deal with the impact of COVID-19. And then the provincial treasury had a speaker who spoke to them about dealing with the challenges of COVID-19 and how to juggle and work a breakdown. And then as my last slide, let me say thank you for inviting us because we believe this presentation should help the legislature to play an oversight role in order to make sure that when as DPSA we put our frameworks, we put our circulars out there for implementation, they are really implemented to benefit what they were supposed to benefit. And with that, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The team from DPSA, we will now take few hands from our delegates. We obviously know that we still have the session where we are going to be deliberating as delegates. So other matters, we request that you shelve it for that particular time. But for matters where we feel need to be responded to by our various panelists, we will then request that you raise few questions. We will request that a delegate, if it's possible, that you do not exceed 2 questions per member so that we are able to keep with time. I will then take the first and last set of hands. I do see the hand, which is the first one here. You will be number 2. I do not see anyone online. Colleagues will assist me with, you will be number 3. I do not see hands for those who are connected online. Let's take those sets. As I indicated, it's the first and last set of hands. If you have any more issues, we will then shelve it for the debates. Number 1, you may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Jenny Black from the Democratic Alliance. I have 2 questions. The first one is for the Department of Justice. I hope she's still online. and then also for the Department of Social Development. I'll start with my first question with the Department of Social Development. I work quite closely with Gender-Based Violence KZN, and I have often mentioned to the ladies who I work with hand in hand and arm with against this pandemic that we are fighting of femicide and domestic violence and gender-based violence of all minorities, including the LGBTQ plus, somebody's going to shout at me, I think I got it wrong, and as well as men also being treated badly. But I see that you've, again, saying you've got your White Door Centres of Hope. Is it possible that all delegates and the gender-based violence of KZN could get a list of where these White Door Centres are? Because we are constantly, on a daily basis, looking for a place of refuge for a woman or LGBTQI plus person or a male in a domestic violence situation, but we do not know or how to access these White Door. The only time I ever hear about the White Door is the last 4 years, once a year at Women's Parliament. It would be lovely if the people involved fighting gender-based violence actually got a list of those. That's the first question. The other one is for the Department of Justice. I'm very horrified by sort of walking through the situation with women with protection orders and violation of protection orders, where the prosecutor's first thing that he tries to do after speaking to the defendant, the perpetrator and his lawyer, is to go to the victim and say, can we mediate it? And it's been a violation of a protection order. That should not happen. Never must a mediation happen over a protection order violation. It takes a lot of strength for a woman to step up and take a protection order. In fact, for any person to do that. And to say you're going to mediate it like it's a little silly argument, not acceptable. I'd like their response on that and why prosecutors tend to speak to the perpetrators and not to the victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2. Ngapha, emuva.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Mavis Mdluli. No, my question is directed to the Justice System, Justice Department. It's about the protection order. I just want to find out if it is still the procedure for the victim to be present when the protection order is delivered. Because in my view, the victim has been victimized, is terrified and doesn't want to see her perpetrator. But now she has to go and actually with the police and deliver the protection order. And most of the times the perpetrators, nothing stops them to insult and undermine the victims in front of the police. If that is the case, I think they have to relook to that because it actually adds more pain on the victim side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director Ntomfuthi Kumete, for the IFP. I wish to find out from the MEC Ravi Pillay. He spoke about the program that is coming up within the province, whereby they will be assisting about 1,000 of women. I want to know how this is going to be worked out. Is there maybe a system that is going to use to make sure that the province is covered completely within the 1,000 that he's talking about, or there are specific areas that they are looking at the moment?
Thank you very much. Can you please send the mic to the beautiful lady from the Justice Department so that she doesn't have to come up? Fellow delegates, we had requested that the Premier indulge us so that he is here when you ask questions in an event there are questions that are directed to him. He does have another engagement that he needs to go to, and he requests that delegates do excuse him. Especially now, we are pleading with delegates since there is no direct question that is directed to the Premier so that he can make his way. That's the request that you are making from delegates. So, Premier, when you are able to excuse yourself, we are allowing you to leave. We then take the response from the Justice Department as well as DSD, followed by MEC Pillay.
Thank you, Program Director. I'd like to start with the first question that spoke about the violation of protection orders. And when it comes to mediation, why prosecutors tend to speak to perpetrators only, not victims. I'd like to start off by saying cases of gender-based violence are centralized within the family law section within the court's environment. The reason why they are categorized as family law section, it is family orientated most of the time, because violence, you'd find that domestic violence takes place within the relationships, within families. Therefore, those cases are categorized within the family-centered environment. Hence, you would find that mediation speaks to ensuring that families are restored at the same time. I'm not going to speak much on prosecution because National Prosecuting Authority are their own entity. But when it comes to the criminal justice system, that is why I want to mention that it is family-orientated or family-centered for the reason of restoring families. Even though some of the cases do not amount to mediation. However, the criminal justice system believes that in as much as they are trying to resolve the conflict or the abuse into ensuring that justice is served, but there is a family that is involved within the setting. That is the reason they will sometimes opt for mediation. It's not always the case, and sometimes they look at the dynamics of the case, and then they will come up with that option. It's not always the option, because there are convictions that relate to these cases. When it comes to prosecutors tending to speak to perpetrators, once again, that is NPA. They work according to their acts. So I cannot speak on their behalf, unfortunately, because I am Department of Justice. That was the question that I captured. I'm not sure if there is a second one around that before I move to the second question that relates to, okay, that's one. Osisi spoke to the victim being present when the protection order is served. Why is that? When it comes to serving of protection orders, we know that sometimes when you are a victim, you tend to forget maybe the incident. You tend to mix issues because psychologically you get disturbed during the way or during the abuse itself. As a result, sometimes when the protection order is being served, it might be served to the wrong person. And then you will find that there will be a wrongful arrest. That is the reason most of the time they will prefer that in order for the protection order to be served to the correct person, we rather be sure that this is the perpetrator. Because if we tend to take the wrong one, the correct perpetrator will continue with the violence while we're taking the wrong one. Even though I will not speak on behalf of the police as well, because sometimes, in fact, they are the ones who are serving the protection orders. But I know that for a fact, they want to be sure that they are taking the correct perpetrator so that justice can be served in order to prevent further abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. DSD?
Thank you very much for the question. I'm not the presenter. The presenter had to go out to the ladies' room, but I'm part of social development. In terms of the question that why the white doors are not known, it's easy, Program Director, we can share the addresses of the white doors that we have across the province. There are 29 in all. The information that is not easy to share is the information with regard to the shelters, because in the shelters, it's only the person goes there in support by the social worker or by the police officers. But the white doors, we can share that information. We do have them in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we bring the mic to Mhlonishwa Upile, or he can even come to the floor?
Thank you, Program Director. I think the Honorable Delegate Gumede might have slightly misunderstood. The first round of Operation Vula Fund has been allocated and adjudicated. So there's about 1,029 beneficiaries spread across the province. Unfortunately, I don't have the list here, but I'll ask my PLO who's here to contact you, get your details, and you can get a sense of the geographic spread. This is not money. You buy equipment to the value of the category that you were allocated. That's 200,000 or up to 500 or up to 2 million. Beyond that, there will be the support, as I said, to see how you are doing, how's your financial management going, what challenges you have, what's your input costs, market access, and so on. We want to hold their hands going forward. The program was launched in June. The Premier launched it, provincial launch in Pietermaritzburg, which was a province-wide launch. And we ought to have completed it in July, but obviously because of what happened in July, that program will now be completed in August. That's the actual physical, the physical delivery of the equipment to all those who have been successful in their applications. What we want to do, as soon as they have the equipment, we've monitored them, we've measured their success, so we want to learn from any mistakes that there might have been, and then we want to launch a second round. When we will launch the second round, I think it's still a bit of an open question at the moment. But I think your primary question was, where are these beneficiaries? They're across the province, and we'll arrange to give you the geographic distribution of the beneficiaries. I take it that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Pillay. We have now come to the debate session, colleagues, delegates. Let me first apologize on behalf of our team. There has been a technical glitch with the printing machine, but we will request that the speakers list be flighted so that members are able to see, or delegates are able to see. The first speaker that we have for 10 minutes is Ms. Londolo Zungu on behalf of the ANC. May you please come to the front. She will be followed by Ms. Maureen Matenjwa from the IFP for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon. Babu Sihlizi Galala Ingaseko, our MECs, the Mayor of Umsobantu, the delegates. Mangi Manchela, namhlanje, I think, sima njengabafazi base South Africa and umuntu uzokhuluma ngento ethinta wonke umuntu wesifazane, cause ama issues that we are facing as the women awakhulumi ngomuntu oqhamuka kwenye iphathi kodwa khuluma ngomuntu wesifazane. Ngizokhuluma as I'm here ngifuna ukuthinta the issue of economy. Yes, there is a lot esenzekile, but we are still behind as the women. We can't run away from that. As we are standing here, there is a lot of women outside asebenza ema factory. But those women are not running a factory. They are working for somebody. And you will find out those women are working for men. That's a challenge that are we facing as the women. We want the women of KwaZulu Natal ukuthi someone those anama skills ukuthi while umnotho sikhala ngomnotho ukuthi it's not in our hands. Asithathe those women siwaqeqeshe ukuze arane their own factories, because they are getting very less abayiholayo laphaya, kodwa at the same time labantu bakhulisa ingane. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi as abafazi base South Africa zisekhona ezinye indawo esingakabi khona kuzona. Ake ngenze i-example whereby sikhuluma ngeHarbour, where in Durban we don't know how many women are there. Of ekhona, what are they doing? If ngikhuluma kanjalo ngicabanga ukuthi sonke as abafazi siyathinteka ukuthi we want to know what is happening with ocean yala with the Indian Ocean ekhona, but how many women are run those programs ukuthi nanka akhona sengakhuluma namhlanje if ekhona how many of them. So siyafuna ukusho ukuthi njengabafazi base South Africa, and the issue of land, it's another problem, because if sikhuluma ngokuthi sifuna umnotho aphatha sikwazi ukuba nomnotho singenawo umhlaba. Angeke size senze lutho singenawo umhlaba, but kusenzeka ukuthi abafazi even emakhaya la bayahlukumezeka ukuthi wena as a woman angeke ukwazi ukuthi ube nemvume yokuthi uthole indawo yakho ekuthiwa noma iPTO noma intoni. Sifuna ukukhuluma kakhulukazi ngamakhosikazi ahlala eindaweni zasemakhaya la siqhamuka khona ukuthi labo mama kunzima even ukuthi athole indlu, because if yena kufanele athole indlu kufanele aqale abe nesoka noma abe nengane yomfana ukuze akwazi ukuthola indlu ngoba yena umuntu wesifazane. So those are the things ezithinta abantu besifazane engabheki ukuthi political ungakuphi, kodwa ezinye zezinto esifisa ukuthi uma kwenzeka akuphele njengamanje ngoba nawo sekuyisikhathi sokuthi noma sifike ku-2021 kusuka ku-94, but asekhona ama-challenges ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya. Sikhuluma ngabomama abahlala kuma-private land whereby bengakwazi even ukuthi bakhele indlu because uhlala yena kwi-private land, so kusho ukuthi akanayo i-right yokuthi abe nendlu leyo muntu wesifazane, and it's very hard even ukufihla umuntu wesifazane umzimba womuntu omshonele because yena uhlala kwi-private land. And those are the things ezishisa ibunzi ezenza ukuthi singakwazi ngesinye isikhathi ukumelana nazo, because if you're talking that's the owner of that private land uzokuthatha akukhiphe athi just go away from indawo yami because you are not owing this place. So we need to go to sizibuke the issue of land. It's very critical ikakhulukazi kubantu besifazane, even abantu besilisa even nabo bayahlukumezeka, but sizoma njengabafazi sibalwele ngoba mase kusukuma umfazi impela kuyenzeka. The issue of gender-based violence, siyakubuka ukuthi ezinye zezinto esidala ukuthi kube nalolu dlamo oluningi ngangaka, it's just because abantu besifazane abasebenzi, and in the other way uthola ukuthi umuntu uzodependa kwi-boyfriend ukuze akwazi ukuphila. Kufanele abe na this boyfriend ezokwazi ukuthi imsupport. Iqala lapho inkinga because that boyfriend izomhlukumeza noma esengasathandi kodwa because udependile ngoba akakwazi ukwenza lutho yena ngoba ubaba osebenzayo noma isoka lami elisebenzayo, so kuqala lapho amhlukumeza until aze ambulale. Ezinye zezinto ezihlupha kakhulu abantu besifazane, and siyafuna ukusho ukuthi abantu besifazane from now sekufanele siqale sibaqeqeshe from the primary level. asiqale sithi uma sikhuluma ngengane siqale sithi uma sifuna uplumber simthatha lapha ka grade 4 ila uzomqala khona because uyakwazi ukubona ingane ukuthi yenze njani. Usuqala ubona uplumber usuzoqala ukubona umuntu owenza ugesi usuzoqala ukubona umuntu ukuthi isiphi iskill anaso. Let us start there from the primary course. Uzothi efike high school uzobe sevele esazi ukuthi mina nguplumber mina ngu-electrician mina ngiyilokhu. So now sesiphelile isikhathi sokuthi sifunde ku-Jan van Riebeeck. Yes, we know ukuthi wafika nini but it's not helping us. But now sesifuna ukuthi ama skills abe khona ngoba if sina lama skills azosiza even the issue of experience ngoba usuyazi ukuthi vele ipainting khona umuntu osekwazi ukupainta enza ugrade 8 usewupainta lowo muntu. If you talking about ukuthi ufaka kanjani uceiling board useyazi leyo muntu ukuthi uceiling board eka grade 9 eka grade 10 eka grade 11. So asiqale lapho ngoba le ikho lokho obona sihlezi nabantu abasuka ema-university benama-degree besifazane uthola ukuthi abasebenzi because vele ufundile kodwa ezinye izinto azim-assist. So kufanele manje sibuyele back ukuze sisihlize kakhulu abantu besifazane. The other issue, the issue of yokuhlukumezeka esiyibukayo sekuyisikhathi sokuthi njengamanje ake trainwe ake basitraine kube nama-training college kusuka lapha phansi because ingakho ubona unamaphoyisa namasosha ashawa abantu because uthatha ayise lapha athatha emaphoyiseni at the same time lo muntu akazi lutho uzofika train for 6 months. But let us start there eqala nje ukuyongena esecondary ukuthi kuthathwe abayiswe kuma training azozazi ukuthi if ngitrainer ngiyazi ukuthi from now sengakwazi ukungena emaphoyiseni. The issue of license akayithole from the school ingene ukuthi ama license abantu besifazane bazowathola esikoleni uzothi ephuma eqeda matric une license une training useyitrainiwe usengaya kwi-army usengenza yonke into. And we noticed that during lesisikhathi esike saba khona lesi sokulutha ukuthi the private companies ubabonile abanye belapha yabekwazi ukuthi bazivikela but ngathina ohlangothini lethu ubonile ukuthi abantu abazi nokuthi bafanele bayivikele kanjani. So now it's cut sokuthi sithathe nalezi ingane ngoba ziyimdlombe because they are not doing anything ukuthi ake sithathe abantu abasha ikakhulukazi bawathola lama training esafunda ukuze athi eqeda umatric useyazi ukuthi uzokwenza njani. The issue of employment ezinye zezinto esiyibukayo ukuthi it's a challenge ikakhulukazi kubantu besifazane. Labantu ibo abodla imizi ibo ababhekene nemndeni but at the same time ibo futhi abaningi abangasebenzi. So we need ukuthi ama department each and every department iqhamuka ne program. Yes, there are programs akhona. For an example, EPWP we need those programs but it's not enough ukuthi unike umuntu wesifazane because ikakhulukazi abantu abasha baphethe amakhaya. It's a 1-year program. At least let us give them the 5-year program. If engena now uyazi ukuthi uzothatha 5 years uzokwazi ukwakha ikhaya lakubo because the time umnika wena 1 year u6 months vele akakenzi lutho that person ayikho into ayenzayo. So asibanike a 5-year program and each and every department because there are departments akenza abantu besifazane umuntu wesifazane uyakwazi ukuphila ngento let me make the example. Kasibambele, usibambele labo mama, those are working on the road, but they are permanent there, but they're doing a lot of things. Bafundisa ingane ngale mali encane. Ake sithathe these programs siwathathe kanjalo ukuthi umama ukwazi ukususa ongekho kube khona. Imali abayitholayo but bakwazile ukwakha imizi. Sifuna ukuthi ama department wonke enze lezi zinto esiyifunayo ukuthi abantu besifazane abaphile unlike ukuthi uzophila ngegrant. Kunabantu abangayiholi grant ono 40 years no 36 ongakafiki ku 60 years ongenayo futhi ingane encane. And then what are we saying about those women? Those are the same women ekufanele soba train ukuthi lesasihlalo sakhiwa kanjani ukuze lezi zihlalo zakhiwa abantu basekhlaleni. Lama bakery besikhuluma ngawo sifuna ukuthi each and every district ibe khona ibakery erana abantu besifazane ukuze umnotho ube sezandleni zethu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kodwa bengifuna ukuthi saya okhethweni lo mama sibe u50-50 ikakhulukazi kubantu besifazane siyabafuna.
Thank you very much. My fellow delegates, may we request, when your time is up, it means your time is up. You stop, you do not continue. Ms. Maureen Matendra, on behalf of the IFP for 5 minutes, followed by Jenny Black of the DA for 4 minutes.
Ngithokoze mphathi wehlelo ithuba nginikeza lona. Prima ungqongqoshe kanye nomeya okhona nezithunywa zonke ngiyabingelela. Yonke iminyaka kusetshenziswa izimali eziningi uhlelo imicimbi yokubungazwa kwenyanga yalolusuku lwabesifazane lapho abesifazane abazinkulungwane ezingama-20 bezinhlanga ezahlukene bahlangana bamasha bebhekise komkhulu ePitoli bephikisana nomthetho wokuhamba bephethe ibhasi ngesandla. Siyakuthokozela nokho ukugujwa kwalolu suku kodwa sicela ukuthi kungabi sengathi abesifazane bathile benza lo msebenzi kucace ukuthi abesifazane babekwenza lokhu ngokuhlanganyela. Sibezwe bonke abesifazane bebalwa abafana nokaMankosi Shandu noMesosi Nkomo nabanye. Abesifazane balisana nengcinezelo lena lamanje abasalisana nayo nakulo hulumeni wentando yeningi. Namanje basalisana nayo bayaqhubeka balisana nayo uMntwana Phumzile Buthelezi esingabala noma esikaMadlopha Mthethwa ebasaqhubeka bayalwa nalo mzabalazo. Yizo lemicimbi yenziwa yonke iminyaka kodwa izibalo zikhomba ukuthi kusakhona ukucindezeleka kwabantu besifazane indlala ubupha kwabikho umsebenzi kanye nokuhlukunyezwa abantu besifazane nezingane. Uhulumeni bukeka ehluleka ukuqinisekisa ukuthi imithetho iyalandela ukuze zonke lezi zinto sizibone zehla. Abadlwenguli nababulali abantu besifazane nezingane mabajeze kanzima. Ukulahleka kwamadokodo kuvamise ukuthi alahleke emacaleni anzima okubulala nokuhlukumeza abantu besifazane nezingane. Uhulumeni akubukele eduze lokho. IFP sifisa ukuba amaphoyisa esifazane kube yiwona asiza abantu besifazane ukuze bakwazi ukukhululeka bagonyuluke konke abafisa ukusho nokubeka ezandleni zomthetho abanye amacala abalahle kungafanele ngenxa yokungakwazi ukuthi kastatimende leso senziwa kanjani. Ukwentuleka kwemisebenzi kwenza abantu besifazane bathule nezinto ezinzima bangakhona ukuzibika emaphoyiseni ngenxa yokuncenga iplate ukuthi libekwe etafuleni. Siyinhlangano ye-IFP kuyasidumaza ukubona ukuthi zilokhu zikhule njalo izibalo zodlame nonyo olubhekise kubantu besifazane nezingane emphakathini yethu. Indima edlala ngumthetho sibona ingasizi ekuthenini abenzi bokubi bajeze bafunde isifundo kunalokho umthetho ubukeka uvuna isigebengu kwedlula labo abayizisulu. Sicela kuba uhulumeni abheke lezi zinto engizozibala ezilandelayo. Umnyango wesihlumeleliso umnyango wezobulungiswa kumele uqinise isijeziso nezigwebo ezinika izigilamkhuba esihlukumeza zibulala abantu besifazane nezingane kulelizwe. Kumele kube nezinkantolo ezobhekana namacala nokuhlukunyezwa kwabesifazane ukuze kuzongabibikho ukuhlehla nokubambezeleka kwamacala okwenza kugcine sibona amadokodo elahleka. Uhlelo lokuhlukunyezwa kwezimilo kumele luqalwe phansi ngoba kubukeka luhlulekile ukuhlumelelisa izimilo zesigilamkhuba. Umnyango kumele uqale izinhlelo ezisha ezinjengokuthi abenzi bokubi uma bangaphakathi emajele banikezwe isigwebo ezinzima benza imisebenzi enzima yokukhiqiza impahla esingakwazi ukwenza ngazo imali emazweni angaphandle. Uhulumeni aqinisekise ukuthi amaphoyisa aqeqeshwa ngokwenele ukuze akwazi ukubhekana nezigameko zabantu besifazane nezingane. Izigilamkhuba mazinganikwa ushwele nebheyili. Iziteshi zamaphoyisa mazibe seduze nemiphakathi. Amaphoyisa wanikwa izimoto ezanele zokusebenza. Singabesifazane be-IFP sifisa ukubona abaphila nokukhubazeka nebalela imhlophe bevikeleka bawathola futhi amathuba omsebenzi. Ngiyathokoza kakhulu. Phathohle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matendra. Nesikhathi usibambile. Sizocela Ms. Jenny Black on behalf of the DA for 4 minutes, followed by Hlengiwe Chiliza of the EFF.
Are you ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, dignitaries, honourable guests, fellow delegates, and all protocols observed. It is with great pleasure, as a proud South African woman, member of the of the Democratic Alliance, as well as being an activist for gender-based violence and equality for women, that I get an opportunity to be heard today. As a South African woman, I'm extremely proud by the fact that only 3 medals won at the Olympic Games were won by women. Tatiana Schoenmaker, gold and silver in swimming, as well as a new world record, and also Bianca Beitendach, a silver in surfing. Sadly, SASCOC, in its patriarchy, decided that they would not be receiving medal bonuses for the first time in our young democracy. I am pleased to acknowledge that due to public pressure and outrage, they have come to their senses and have today said that they will pay medal bonuses, and as women, we must be vigilant that this does not happen. We cannot allow that women be sidelined like this ever. Melinda Gates said, and I firmly believe this, women should not only have a seat at the table, they should be in every single room where policy and decisions are being made. It is now even more important that women participate in policy and decisions about and for women. Women's rights are at serious risk of declining further back as a result of COVID-19, as we've heard from the presentations, as well as the recent unrest, causing heightened poverty and GBV cases on the increase. It is estimated that in KZN alone will be lost due to the recent unrest, that there's going to be 150,000 jobs losses. Sadly, 2/3 of those job losses will be women, the same as it was during COVID. We now as a society should be fighting harder to achieve human rights for all women and girls. I find it surprising that the recent unrest that occurred, that all the focus is on 30 people that died in Phoenix. Don't get me wrong, that's tragic. But national and provincial government leadership are being disingenuous by focusing on Phoenix. This is race baiting, as over 300 people died during this unrest. What about the other 270 people? Why are we not talking about them? It's only focusing on Phoenix. Not acceptable. Men have never had to use the expression for themselves, breaking the glass ceiling. As society, we need to remove this as an expression and the thought process that limits how far women can rise, and I firmly believe that quota systems allow for exceptional women to be left behind. Angazi 50%, 100% if we're good for the job. Whoever's good for the job gets it. In the words of Kamala Harris, if you want to strengthen democracy, we must fight for gender equality, because here is the truth. Democracy is strongest when everyone participates. It is weakest when people are left out. I thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Jenny. With still a few seconds to spare, we will now take Hlengiwe Chiliza of the EFF for 9 minutes, followed by Pindile Sishi of the ANC for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much for an opportunity to speak in the year where we celebrate a struggle icon, Umama Charlotte Maxeke, the first black woman to graduate with a university degree in South Africa, as well as the first black woman to graduate from America. A woman who led the anti-pass march in 1913. Decades later, since her passing, it is unfortunate that the women of this current generation are still grappling with the same issues that she fought for. It is very sad that the ruling party only invokes the likes of Omama Charlotte Maxeke's courage in fighting and promoting the rights of women in rhetoric terms. The lived experiences of South African women is still the same. Nothing has changed. If you look at today, a woman cannot get access to land under the tribal authority simply because she is not married. Many of these tribal authorities will deny her access to land, and she will be required to be represented by her firstborn if he is male. Kunabantu abaningi abesifazane abahleze emakhaya abanama degrees abanama honors ngoba uhulumeni wamanje akakwazi ukcreate amathuba omsebenzi. Ekakhulukazi ezindaweni ezisemakhaya abantu abaningi basahlezi ngaphansi kwengcindezi enkulu. Okubuhlungu kakhulu uhulumeni obusayo unomgomo obekile wokuthi if usudlula eminyakeni if from the age of 18 to 35 you are no longer eligible for umsebenzi. Now esikubuzayo ke thina ukuthi ke mawusufika ku age of 36 usuke ungasawudingi yini umsebenzi ngoba inhlupheko yakho isuke isafana sekuqaleni. Okunye uhulumeni kumele akuyise ama programs azoqoqa i-youth emalokishini. Izwe liyafa ezandleni zikahulumeni obusayo. If you take a drive around kuma townships uthi uyabheka ingane zamantombazane, the only place ozoyithola kuona isemgaqweni ziyajola, isemakhoneni zidayisa ngomzimba, ntambama uyabafica bakamama uyangichaza bayaphuza utshwala badla idakamizwa. Kuze kube namhlanje sisakhuluma indaba yama sanitary pads ezikoleni ukuthi siyacela uhulumeni ukuthi aqiniseke ukuthi ingane zabantu besifazane zonke ziyathola enough supply yama sanitary pads. Nalezi izikole uthola ukuthi ziyatholakala khona ama sanitary pads, uthola ukuthi mawuthi uyalandelela umntwana akanawo ama sanitary pads enough. Mawuthi uyabuza akutshela ukuthi athathwe uma. This speaks to ukuthi ke abantu abasha abaningi abasebenzi. So sicela ukuthi uhulumeni azame ukubabhekelela nabo labangasebenzi besifazane ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi babe nendawo la bezothola khona ama sanitary pads amahala. Speaker number 1 uke wakhuluma nami ngento engizokhuluma ngayo GBV ukuthi it is due to unemployment. Into engifuna ukuyazi ukuthi ke uhulumeni ikuphi istep asithathayo ukwenza sure ukuthi iGBV ayenzeki because siyabona ukuthi umuntu wesifazane udependele kumuntu wesilisa ukuthi akwazi ukuthi aphile, hence umbona ehlala noma isimo sesingasamvumeli. Uhulumeni kuphika kwenza especially for abantu besifazane ukuthi enze sure ukuthi yawa create amathuba omsebenzi. Sicela uhulumeni obusayo asisize ekubuyiseni isithunzi somuntu wesifazane. Ngoba ukuba umuntu wesifazane akusho ukuthi ubuthaka or that you are less of a human being. Kuyimanje lesikhuluma asikho happy ngalendlela le program esikuyona ebikade organizwe ngayo. Okokuqala umuntu wesifazane kuthiwa i-transport yakho izofika ngo-1 hamba olinda endaweni ethize. We waited for more than 3 hours silindile singabazi ukuthi bakuphi abakaze bafone bokureport ukuthi kwenzakalani endleleni. Number 2 usulindile lo 3 hours mayifika imoto mawuthi uyayibheka uyayibona ukuthi ayikho esimeni sokuthi ingaba semgaqweni ithutha abantu. Usugibelile emotweni number 4 imoto isimila isaduma sefanele kuphume wena futhi umuntu wesifazane uhamba uphushe le moto ukuthi ifike la niya khona. Number 5 mawufika kwivenue lo oya kuyo okuthiwa iyona le ezokwenza khona iprogram uyafika ukhathele kade udusha imoto ufuna ukugeza, ufuna ukulala, ufudumala. Mawufika uthi uvula amanzi, amanzi ayabanda. Ekseni ususifaneleke uvuke futhi uhambe uye kwiprogram. Mawuthi uyavuka ekseni still amanzi asabanda. So kufanele kufosaleke manje ukuthi uhambe uye kwiprogram ungagezile. Okugcina okubaluleke kakhulu kuma commissions ekade sasiceliwe khona ukuthi fanele sisupply ama list of ama departments ukuthi sicela ukuthi abe present. So I submit ama list in time. Masifika kuma commissions sithola kanye nawo ama organizers of program ukuthi uDepartment of Education awukho, uDepartment of Bantwana awukho. I feel ukuthi program ibingekho planned ngendlela ekahle. Lokho angazi noma kwenzeka ngoba still sisabantu besifazana ama programs ethu abukelela phansi. So siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni akhombise ukuthi usikhombise ngokusobala ukuthi umuntu wesifazane isithunzi sakhe namanje usasibukela phansi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Ms. Hlengiwe Chiliza of the EFF. The next delegate to speak on behalf of the ANC is Ms. Phindile Sishi for 6 minutes. She will be followed by Ms. Mbali Shinga of the NFP.
Ngiyabonga Program Director Mhlonishwa Honorable ngibingelele ku baba uPremier esaphumile oMEC bonke bakwaZulu Natal ngibingelele kakhulu amalunga elegislature eholwa umama uSpeaker noNtembeko siyabingelela kakhulu ku district mayor engekho la sibingelele na ku mayor okhona wesifazane Mbokodwe siyabonga ukwamukelwa ngifisa nje ukubingelela kakhulu ozakwethu amalungu eParliament ngifisa ukuqala ngilungisele yamhlonishwa ebeqhamuka ku-IFP okhala ngokuthi akakaboni ukuthi yinenzwa uhulumeni ekuthenini alekelele abantu abahlukumezekayo ngokwe-gender based violence. Ngifisa mhlonishwa uke wanikwa idocument lapho akuzona into zokudlala lezi sinikiwe lapho mawuvula lapho uzothola ukuthi kuleyo distribution document oyinikiwe kune special distribution of shelters for abused women leyo khala ngayo ekutshelayo ukuthi in all district kunama shelters abhekelene nabantu ababhekelene nokuhlukunyezwa kule. Again kuphinde kwabalulwa la kuma presentation ukuthi kunemali ebekiwe e1 million ukulekelela abantu besifazane aba affected kulento ye gender based violence esingakusho singamakhosikazi kwaZulu Natal ukuthi leyo mali ayanele ngendlela esibona abantu besifazane behlukunyezwa ngayo kodwa sesibonile ukuthi uhulumeni wethu osilidayo usekhona asekubekile ukuthi kulekelelwe. Okunye esingakusho sileli parliament ukuthi ekuhlaleni kweparliament elizayo somlomo siyocela ukuthi ireport sithole ethi akungagcini kusetshenziswa ama NGOs because umuya lapha ama NGOs ulindela ireport ukuthi balekelela banikwa lama million balekelela abantu aba affected with gender based violence. Labo bantu uthola ukuthi imali abayisebenzisa kakhulu bayisebenzisa administrative zingagcini ziya direct kubantu aba affected. Siyocela ke ngoba sisuka komasipala la abahlukahlukene ukuthi lezo imali kube nendlela yokuyisa direct mhlasimpe kwi-office la kwa-LD engikujabulelayo somlomo nithe manihlala noSalga nasenithi asi-implemente noma establish ama-portfolio committee alidwa abantu besifazane. Sifisa-ke makukuthi sikhuluma ngabantu besifazane lezo imali iqonde straight kwi-office labantu besifazane ukuze sikwazi ukwakha ama-program ukuze sisheshe si-identifye abantu abahlukumezekile work with social development. ngifisa ukudlulela phambili sibonge ukulidwa kwaZulu Natal la ebesikhala singatholi ukuthi masikhuluma ngo50-50 wabantu besifazane siuqalaphi. Ngifisa nje ukubonga uPremier, icabinet lika Premier wethu likutshela ukuthi namhlanje sino speaker kaZulu Natal womuntu wesifazane. Again sinama sino MECs babantu besifazane. Out of number yawo MECs sina 6 siyabantu besifazane. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi sizizwa sikhululekile ukulidwa ilenhlangano ngakhongolose okuyiyona elida isociety yonke lapha kwaZulu Natal. Bese ngiya kule iya kwa agriculture esithinta kakhulu bahlonishwa ezisiyabantu besifazane, especially siqhamuka endaweni zasamakhaya lapho sisho sivuma sithi imisebenzi ibukeka ingekho, kodwa okufanele sigcizelele noma sigqugquzele kubantu bethu besifazane ukuthi bafunde ukuyimela. Noma ingakhona imali engabekwa aside njengoba kusho ukuthi kusethwe aside imali engango 1 million siyasho ukuthi incane, kodwa esifisa uagriculture asilekelele ngakho uma sibuya kuleli parliament ayimiswe lento yokuthi ayimiswe lento yokuthi kwa agriculture uthola ukuthi makufikwa lapha ekuhlaleni eindaweni zethu zamakhosi kugijinywa kuyinduneni kuyothiwa induni yona okufanele ingenzele incwadi ukuze ngilinyelwe. Sithini kanti masithi wonke umuntu kufanele akwazi ukuyimela umhlabathi uyindawo engingaphephela kuyona. Bese ngifisa futhi umnyango waka transport ukusibhekelele ukuthi thina siyabafazi siye sime ngobaba kule business ye transport. Uyabona nje ubaba bengasekho bayabulawa kobaba lapha ematekisini. Uma ususalile ungumfazi uphethe amatekisi udlala amadoda lapha ematekisini. Siyafisa ukuthola ukuthi umnyango waka transport ubalekelela kanjani abantu besifazane sebesele bezimele, amadoda engasekho kufanele baqhubeke bondle izingane zabo sebedlala labo baba ematekisini sekuthiwe yakhe itaxi izohamba la iround lapha koSiphingo awabo ashaya long distance. Sifisa ukusebenzisana nabo kuze kwi public works. Kwa public works siyofisa ukuthi akhona.
Ms. Sishi, your time is up.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu mphathi wohlelo.
Delegates, can you stop being mischievous? Can we not set our clocks? I do have a time watch that I am timing delegates. May we request that you behave yourselves, please, because you are disturbing other speakers when they are speaking. May we then request Ms. Mbali Shinga of the NFP for 3 minutes, followed by Zibuyile Dladla of the ACDP also for 3 minutes.
Somlomo namalunga eshamthetho ahloniphekile. Kuyiqiniso elingeke liphike ukuthi sihlangene lapha namhlanje ngenxa yabesifazane abasukuma babhekana nohulumeni wengcindezelo nemithetho ababengahambisani nayo ngaleso sikhathi. So today, as South African women, we are faced with different challenges, amongst others, gender-based violence, COVID-19, and the consequences of the unrest. Other than COVID-19, women continue to face health challenges like HIV and AIDS, cancer, and many others. It is known that our health facilities in different districts are not well or fully equipped. When a woman is diagnosed of cancer, it takes them a series of visits to honor scheduled appointment at the Inkosi Albert Luthuli for some specialized equipment. In the process, a woman will suffer slowly from anxiety, pain, etc. So ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo siyawuphakamisa ke njenge-NFP ukuthi i-district ne-district okungenani ayibe ne-facility eyodwa noma aclusterishwe azoba naleyo mshini edingakalayo ukuzama ukufinqa ama-trip abesifazane beya eThekwini nokuthi ke siyazi ukuthi ukuze bakhave ibhasi eliye esibhedlela kumele bayithole kwesinye isikhathi somlomo belala on the floor ezibhedlela zethu.
As the NFP, we view agriculture as an immediate, both as an immediate and a long-term solution to the challenges mentioned above. So, siyabuka ukuthi sizokuzuza kanjani lokhu. How can we achieve that when we have non-functional agriculture local offices? When you approach them, those local offices of agriculture, ugandaganda wokulima awusebenzi ufile. Izimbewu azitholakali. So we challenge the Honorable Premier to revive that department. Sesike sezona la umhlonishwa omunye ekhuluma. Apparently agriculture is one of the departments who could not present yesterday, and asazi ukuthi kungani. So Honorable Premier, please look at that department. Abesifazane, young and old, resort to alcohol and drug abuse, and kubhlungu ukuthi siyibuke lento yenzeka. So siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni wethu abuyele endleleni esike sayibona esebenzisa of partnering with NGOs, sike sabona ama partnership with Love Life and the Soul City Institute, to mention a few, ukuthi eze nemthelele emihle kanjani where women had access to sport and recreational activities. Okusho ukuthi ke siyazi sonke ukuthi lawo makhono ayabasiza futhi angabasiza besifazane in the future ukuthi baziphilise. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Ms. Shinga, your time is up. We will request Ms. Zibuyile Dladla on behalf of the ACDP, followed by Ms. Sovina Hiralal on behalf of the MF.
Ngiyabingelela egameni lenkosi yethu Jesu. Amen. All protocol observe, ngino 3 minutes kuphela. Siyabonga kakhulu ACDP ukuthi siphiwe leli ithuba lokufunda kakhulu ngomama uMaxeke. She was a wife, a mother, educationalist, religious leader, a benefactor futhi to humanity. She is often honored as a mother of black freedom in South Africa. Today we celebrate the courage and strength of Mama Maxeke and all the women who came before her and who will come after us. Realizing women's rights means to know what a woman worth, to know who you are, and realize where are you going. Kukhulunywe kakhulu lana nge-quote ebekuthiwa if you rise, bring someone. If you rise, bring someone with you. Umbuzo uthi, who are we going to bring? Uma ngabe amantombazane ethu ecwele kangaka ekuyidangabizwa. Who are we going to bring along? Uma ngabe abantwana bethu bephilela ukuthola abantwana. Who are we going to bring along? Abantwana bethu belahlekelwe ithemba eSouth Africa. Siyafisa njengo ACDP ukuthi kubuye izikhathi lapho umntwana wakho kwagumntwana wami. Ngikwazi ukuthi mangibona umntwana ngimkhuze ngendlela. We need to rise as women who have hope for a brighter future, who fought their way to success, and who is vocal and a good example to their peers. As ACDP, we appreciate the opportunity of understanding this great icon, but we urge the government to protect us, to promote us, and invest in our ideas so that we can realize our rights. COVID-19 has caused a huge setback with the economy. Kakhulukazi kuma up and coming businesswomen. Siyafisa ukuthi government include women kakhulukazi in rebuilding a community babe with forefront and understanding kakhulukazi bathathe nama ideas abo. Masivula iParliament kwakhulunywa nge-textile belt, of which I think one of umhlonishwa seke wayibeka. Siyafisa ukuthi lana ku-textile industry mangabe kulungiswa le belt ukuthi kulungiswa ama factories. Sicela ukuthi abantu besifazane bangabi nje abathungi no secretary no cleaner, kodwa kube yibona owner these factories. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Madladla. Mamudladla. We then request, on behalf of the MF, Ms. Suvina Hiralal, for 3 minutes.
A good day, everyone. Honorable Speaker, in celebrating iconic women and their struggles, it is fair to say there's no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. Every year, we are reminded of all women, including Charlotte Maxeke, who have placed themselves selflessly in the front lines to realize the dreams of every South African, which is to live in an equal South Africa. We still remain unequal, however. Steve Biko once said, "Black man, you're on your own." Now it is time for us to say, "Woman, you're on your own." I believe that for the everyday South African girl, education is the only pathway out of poverty. Look, the 5th Industrial Revolution is upon us, and most women haven't found their voice yet. An empowered woman will definitely find her voice. Government must investigate how technology can be used to empower and not replace women who find themselves in a job market which already favors men. Men are more digitally literate and have more access to internet-based technology, leaving women out of increasingly digital work opportunities. COVID-19 has also increased the burden on women in regards to work and their household responsibilities. We need collaborative efforts towards sharing these burdens. On this note, we congratulate Uber in paving the way for women to participate in the ride-sharing industry without fear. We challenge all ride-hailing apps to do the same to advance safety of both female passengers and female drivers. We challenge our government to minimize legal restrictions for women that have capped, as per the UN, 2.7 billion women from accessing the same jobs as men. Government shapes laws and policies to advance gender equality. But the reality is that women remain the poorest, the unemployed, and the most affected by gender-based violence. I support Ms. Matolu Dlepu, chairperson of the Legal Practice Council, who said that the legal profession and community-based organizations must work together to ensure justice for all, to reach out to vulnerable people using educational programs to access justice. Our parents have socially constructed us as children the idea that the presence of a person, usually a man, equates emotional support. Nowhere does it say that another human being, regardless of gender, cannot perform those functions. Women must support women. In conclusion, given the recent failed insurrection, honourable members, the Minority Front recommends that all cabinet positions, from national to province, must have at least 50% women representation on merit across all race groups. And it's time for South Africa to have its first women president. The world has made unprecedented advances, but no country has achieved gender equality. Let's make 2021 count for women and girls everywhere to achieve gender equality by 2030. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We now take the next speaker on behalf of the DA, Ms. Ramona Mackenzie, for 4 minutes, followed by Ntombazonke Phoswa of the ANC.
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. Realizing women's rights, we need a visionary agenda that implements the resolutions for human rights of women and girls everywhere. Women need to be seen as more than nurturers, but also as providers. Government needs to commit to take strategic, bold action in critical areas of concern, namely poverty, education, training, health, violence, unemployment, inequality, and making sure that women in our rural and other areas are well informed and made aware of their rights when it comes to any information of discrimination. There is still a lack of implementation, and those policies that are implemented lack accountability and are at times neglected. On the other hand, we as women should start supporting each other and not be distracted by our political affiliation. Instead, learn to embrace each other, in each other's race, religion, or culture. We should never create barriers between us. Instead, address and acknowledge our mistakes. Address the inequality of this male-dominated world, because we are powerful and we have rights. We need to be inclusive and not excluded, especially in women who have disabilities. It is pointless coming to an auspicious event like Women's Parliament if we have not done self-introspection. It begins with us as individuals to realize women's rights and practice what we preach. One of the great quotes, open quote, "Be that woman who fixes another woman's crown without telling the world that it is crooked," close quote. We need to prioritize all areas and remove the systematic barriers that hold women back from participation in all areas of life, as we are so undervalued as women. Our justice system needs to become more innovative in its response to assisting women, as in social media, we are painfully aware and reminded of the high-profile cases and brutal killings. There is so much more to do and achieve. In closing, as a woman in society, we need to feel safe, and women's rights need to be prioritized now more than ever before. Let us remember that we are not channels of death, but the carriers of life. We must stand for freedom, fairness, opportunity, diversity that includes all South Africans, all women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramona. The next speaker is Ntombizonke Poswa from the ANC for 5 minutes, followed by Thulile Mkhize from the ATM.
Ngibingelele mphathi wohlelo somlomo weParliament la KwaZulu Natal, amalunga eParliament elidwa uSotswephu baba Msholozi, mama umeya wasemzwabantu ngiyabingelela, ama delegates ngiyabingelela kakhulu. Lo nyaka unyaka kamama uCharlotte Maxeke oyi graduate owalelwa inkululeko yabantu besifazane ukuthi sikhululeke njengabantu besifazane. Amakhosikazi ase South Africa ahamba ngo1956 ayolwela ukuphathwa kodumpasi. Ngiyafisa ke ukuthi ngisho ukuthi ngiyaziqhenya ukuba kulo hulumeni waka African National Congress, obuzwe African National Congress, ngoba ubhekelela kakhulukazi abantu besifazane. Ngicabanga ukuthi kwi-report iyachaza ukuthi kuno 1 million obhekelele ukuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane nezingane. Engicabanga ukuthi nawo awanele lo 1 million, siyafisa ukuthi unyuswe lo 1 million. Okwesibili esifisa ukusho ukuthi uma ngabe unikezwa ama NGOs awubhekelele nama locals omasipala la kuno gender khona ukuze imali zinciphiseke, ngoba ama NGOs amanye uthola ukuthi akhokhela even iadministration yakhona. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi somlomo weParliament abantu besifazane kulo hulumeni wethu babhekelelile. uPublic Works unama internship awu 69. Out of lo 69, 34 abantu besifazane abathole lama internship. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi uhulumeni wethu uno Operation Vula okuyifund yama formal business ohlukaniswe izigaba ezu3 nabantu besifazane lapho bayingxenye yabo. Uhulumeni okhona njengamanje uyababhekelela kakhulu abantu besifazane. One, kunalento kunama bursaries akhona aka Public Works again. even iPWP iyababhekelela even abantu besifazane. Lo hulumeni waka African National Congress uyakwazi ukuthi agriculture uyakwazi ukunikeza abantu besifazane abatshalayo imbewu ubabiyele nezindawo zabo emakhaya. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi abantu besifazane kulo hulumeni obusayo njengamanje uyawabhekelela ngazo zonke indlela. Ngizofisa ukuthi somlomo weParliament siyafisa ukuthi ama-sanitary wells abe khona abe visible njengama condom ukuze zikwazi ingane ukwathatha ngokukhululeka. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi lo hulumeni wa African National Congress siyafisa ukusho ukuthi siyaziqhenya kakhulu ukuba yingxenye yawo ngoba uyababhekelela abantu besifazane. Even ama training uyabanikezela, even ama funding kuma business uyakwazi ukuthi ubabhekelele njengabantu besifazane. Uyabanikeza ifunding emese bafundile uyaqhubeka uphinde ubatrain ukuthi amabhizinisi abo aqhubeke. Siyazi ukuthi eSouth Africa amathuba emisebenzi awekho, abantu bahlele emakhaya abasebenzi. Uhulumeni uthi abantu abavule amabhizinisi bakwazi ukuzisebenza ukuze babeke isinkwa etafuleni. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngaleyo ndlela amathuba emisebenzi kulama business azokwazi ukuthi aqashe omunye ukuze abeke isinkwa etafuleni. Ngiyafisa somlomo ukusho ukuthi uhulumeni wethu uyibabhekelela kakhulu abantu besifazane, kodwa siyafisa ukubonga ukuthi lo hulumeni waKwaZulu Natal ukwazile ukugcina into ka-50-50 njengoba sazi somlomo ukuthi umuntu wesifazane. Even o-MEC abakhona bangabantu besifazane. Sibonga ukuthi sibe kulo hulumeni obanakekelayo abantu besifazane. Siyafisa ukudlulisa ukubonga ukukhuzeni ukuthi into ayenzile ibe inhle kakhulu. Ngiyabonga Chair.
The next speaker on behalf of the ATM, Ms. Thulile Mkhize, followed by Slondile Mkhize of the ANC. Thulile Mkhize has 3 minutes.
Ngibonge Program Director, ngibingelele i-Women's Formation and all protocol observe. Sibonge leli thuba esilitholayo lokuthi sizo celebrate uCharlotte Maxeke, umama owasikhipha enkululekweni ukuze sibe abantu besifazana abakwazi ukuthi bayimele. Since siwomama ke sikhuluma ilanguage eyodwa la siqhamuka from all political parties. Ngicabanga ukuthi konke sekukhavekile but bengizocela ukuthi mhlambe nami siwu ATM ube khona esikubekayo. Siwu ATM besingajabula kakhulu ukuthi akeke sibhekelele njengamanje njengoba kuyisikhathi seCovid. iCovid ilimaze kakhulu izingane zethu zifunda isonto elilodwa kuphela sikwazi ukuthi sihlale nazo and sinemisebenzi eminingi esiyenzayo. Singathanda ukuthi sibhekelele lapho ukuthi na kumiswa kanjani ngoba if lose ifocus ye-education ey'nganeni isizwe sethu sobe sesilimele. So singacela lapho ugovernment ukuthi asilekelele kakhulu. Okwesibili mhlambe esingakusho siwu-ATM ukuthi ama-micro business abaluleke kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi uhulumeni mangase afocuse kakhulu kuma-micro business mhlambe ezinye izinto zingenzeka ukuthi izwe silakhe. Singajabula kakhulu if ifocus izoba lapho nje. Mangenza i-example sonke la endlini sifaka ama-happy wona akha umnotho ngampela kulezi zinto ezincane thina esingayinakile kakhulu. So ngingajabula kakhulu ukuthi silekelelwe mhlambe kuyizinto ezincane ezingakha isizwe ngoba siwomama ekugcineni kumele sikhulume ivoice eyodwa yokwakha isizwe. Akuphoqelekile ukuthi siqhamuka kumwapha ama-opposition but okubalekile siwomama ukuthi sibambane sibe imbumba sakhe isizwe. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukukhabazela. Mina ndizilukela amajongo ke mntanami. Umamkhize will be followed by another mama, Umkhize. Umam Slow. She has 6 minutes on behalf of the ANC. Followed by Mavis Mdluli of the DA.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Chairperson and ngibingelele uPremier in his absentia, Honorable Speaker, uKhansela uMayor we local osamukelile, Chief Whip of the Legislature and all protocol observed, kodwa delegates of this Women Parliament, special greetings to you. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngithi mengiqala ukusho ngiqale ngincome ngibonke khombisa ukuthi sinohulumeni ozwayo uhulumeni olalelayo. Uma ukhuzeni uPremier wale province giving the report my resolution previous year, it showed ukuthi whatever that we raised in our last parliament, it is attended to. So lokho nje kukodwa kufanele sikubonge ngoba kusho khona ukuthi siyaholwa. Unyaka belo la si celebrate khona umama uCharlotte Maxenga. Ngithanda itheme yethu uma it is the year of Charlotte Maxenga, realizing the women rights. We prophetileke umama Maxenga leyo realize ama women rights. When we were receiving ama reports, firstly sizwile ukuthi even ku government employment yakhona ukhokta it's even more than 50% women. U-ATIA is even more than 60% women. So it shows ukuthi those are the rights of women. Noma ke singamile lapho sijabulele lokho kuphela ukuthi sesifike lapho. Kodwa sisafisa kwenzeke kakhulu kuqhubeke ngoba sithi sisho uma uempowerisha umuntu wesifazane uempowerisha isizwe sonke. So if kuwabantu besifazane okuyibona abalidayo ngisho ngathiwa uselida ngisho yona iSouth Africa as the president, lokho kungasenza sazi ukuthi iSouth Africa capable hands nakuye umuntu wesifazane. Ngiyafisa ukubonga nje kakhulu ama programs enziwa uhulumeni addressing ama issues poverty, addressing economy eSouth Africa. When uMinister MEC ekhuluma ngeoperation Vula Umnotho, nami ngiyathanda uku-add ngithi vula umnotho ngoba uvula ngasho kunye ngesisikhathi. Ekhuluma ngo-RASET. Those are the programs are directed to us, ikakhulukazi as women. But the challenge is women from the rural areas. Uthola ukuthi abekho aware of the programs that is khuluma ngawo. So siyawuphakamisa nje ukuthi iqhubeke into yokuthi ama outreach programs okuvisita kuma rural areas, abantu ba educate what ugovernment akwenzayo, abantu ba educate ukuze babe skilled phela bethi mekhunya ngo-RASET angacabangi ukuthi kusho ukuthi iphaseli lihlekelelo liqala ngo lithi RASET, kanti azi ukuthi into ekhuluma ukusiza yena ngoba if it is a radical agricultural something kanjalo kodwa khona kukhuluma ngaye umama wasemakhaya odinga uku-empowerisha understand. Even noma sikhuluma ngokuthi si recover i-economy, siyabonga kakhulu uhulumeni wethu uma ekhuluma nge-economic recovery plan, But also, the economic recovery plan, iyadinga ukuthi people from the rural areas, umazungu le phansi ngakithi la ngiqhamuka ngakhona, azi ukuthi uma kuthiwa kukhulunywa nge-economic recovery plan, kukhulunywa ngani, what are the opportunities for her? So it is very important for us as iParliament sazi ukuthi abantu abasemakhaya nabo banakekile ngoba abantu abasemakhaya, if you look at the numbers, uthola ukuthi ibona abanomama abaningi akuyibona abaphethe amakhaya abafundisa izingane. Siyajabula nje kakhulu ukwazi ukuthi uhulumeni wethu unakekela wonke umuntu owumhlali wase-South Africa. If ngisho njalo, ngishiso ukuncoma ukuthi for the first time with this administration, sibone i-symposium ebikhona ye-LGBTIQA+, including also nama-sex workers. Those were very important discussions. Esifisayo ke ukuthi if kunama-symposium anjalo, including abantu ama-sectors wonke, ngoba if le symposium siwabonile ama-symposium amanye akhuluma ngabantu besifazane, siwabonile ama-symposium athize, kodwa besiqala ukubona i-symposium ekhuluma ngale sector, of which ke siyawufisa ukuthi yehle ize at a district level izofika ngisho at the level.
Your time is up. We then request Mavis Mdluli on behalf of the Democratic Alliance for 4 minutes, followed by Dipuo Ntuli of the ANC.
Somlomo, all protocol observed. I'd like to start by quoting the DA Federal Leader John Steenhuisen about a comment about the Women's Month. Open quote. As South Africa commemorates Women's Day today, there is no better way to celebrate the brave and resilient women of the 1956 March than to witness how that DA-run governments are getting things done for women. He pronounced these words when he was in the Midvaal municipality, the best DA-run municipality in Gauteng, visiting women projects funded by the Sebenza Mbokodo Women's Fund to enable women to realize their dreams. While others talk about what they will do for South Africa, the DA gets things done. Honorable Speaker, it is not helping women of this Parliament to always come to this event to talk to themselves about issues that affect them. We need the men's parliament where our resolutions can be deliberated and to enable men to acknowledge the fact that they form the biggest part in hindering women in realizing their dreams by keeping all those senior positions to themselves and continue to dominate participation in economy and other sectors. The DA Women Network feels that the government is partly promoting the patriarchy by putting quotas which restricts women. I mean, with the 50-50, we really appreciate that. That was the starting point, which would be a 50-50 pairing. But now, on the other hand, it looks like the patriarchy was just taken to another level. That itself, in the near future, is going to be the benchmark to say, we've achieved 50%, now we can relax, wozani madoda, sebe right abafas. So we want the government to reconsider that and actually remove those restrictions, because it has been introduced that women need to be recognized. In order for women to realize their dreams, we appeal to the government to streamline processes and procedures of assessing funds for projects, minimizing and even removing red tape and bottlenecks that hinders and intimidate women from applying for funding. Systems must be user-friendly. There is other contributions that cripple women's success. It is the continuous price increase of petrol, which contributes to the price increases in essential services and also makes it difficult for women in their businesses, to operate in their businesses. And the price hike of electricity and shortage of water supply, all these issues affect women negatively, and request that the government intervenes and provide relief to South Africans. Because, for example, the petrol hikes, it brings about the high travel costs, increased operational costs for small businesses, and then this coupled with COVID-19 strains is overburdening women. Then riots also added to the existing problems of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. I would like to also, Somlomo, submit that after the government sectors did their presentation, it was obvious that in the next sitting, we would like that to submit that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mavis. Your time is up. The next speaker.
Thank you.
On behalf of the ANC, Dipuo Ntuli, for 5 minutes, followed by Ntomfuthi Kumete from the IFP.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Premier of our Parliaments, in absentia, the Speaker of KZN Legislature, Honorable N. Boyce, MECs in this gathering, Members of Parliament, our Mayors, Speakers, Councillors, the Chief Whip, Ngamalala, and fellow delegates, and all women of South Africa. Firstly, I would like to say to the previous speaker from EFF who said, sibakhumbula kuphela ngalezi insuku omama oMaxeke. No, we know that all the benefits we are enjoying today as women of South Africa are attributed to Omam Charlotte Maxeke. As we stand here as delegates, members of parliament, MECs, and HODs, abantu besifazane, imisebenzi yabo sibakhumbula mihla namalanga. We know their efforts in fighting against the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, of which our government of the day is assisting our women through different programs like EPWP, ECWP. Yes, we know that we are not yet there as government, but our strides, the strides of government, can't go unnoticed. And in sanitary pads, women, let's be fair and united. Umama sanitary pads maningi, uhulumeni undize emaphepheni kuthiwa it's fruitless expenditure. Uma ekalwa futhi kuyakhulunywa. And again, if it was not of efforts of Mama Charlotte Maxeke and others, and the government of the African National Congress, into yo 50-50 ngabe ayikho, ngoba kade baba khona ohulumeni kodwa akekho oke wayicabanga leyo nto leyo. And so lokho sibakhumbula ngoba phela wayengeyedwa yeli, so lokho sibakhumbula bonke bayoze baphela. And again, I would like to thank very much the government of South Africa on how it dealt with the pandemic. Ngoba ukube lo hulumeni bengekho ngabe akusena muntu ezweni. And we will also request God ukuthi makunalento ke yama PPE babhekelelwe kakhulu abantu besifazane. And we would also like to thank the government of KwaZulu-Natal, led by Premier Sihle Zikalala, on how they dealt with the recent unrest which had engulfed our province. And we are also very proud of successes of our government that our government has attained on improving the lives of our people in many ways, especially of the women of our country, who most of them own houses, because previously kusakhona labo hulumeni abanye umuntu wesifazana bengeke akwazi ukuthola indlu, bengakwazi nokufundisa ingane zabo, but today through NSFAS ingane zabo ziyafunda zigogode. And we applaud the Human Settlement Department by having the interest of women at heart, by giving title deeds to women-headed households, and targeting women contractors through SIACA incubation program. And we would also like to request the department that when rendering services, kwenzeke emakhaya in rural areas like kwenzeka in urban areas, ngoba emakhaya bayahlupheka omama, uthola ukuthi kumele behubhe induna, behubha amakhosi, bengazi ukuthi bazobatholaphi lokhu beye enkantolo yesizwe beyothola befuna incwadi yokuthi ethole ukusizakala engakutholi. We also salute the Department of Social Development on the shelters for providing shelters for abused women and men, referring them to other helping resources, skill development and income generation, family reunification. Ngoba ezinye izinto ezixabanisa imindeni mayihleli indaba yokuthi imali yashoda ingeni, kodwa naku social development kubonakala amasu ukuthi ngakhiwe kanjani indaba yokuthi kungena imali ekhaya kuphilwe nenhloso enkulu ku-unite imindeni hayi kuyihlakaza. Bese futhi sibonga kakhulu ku Department of Justice on ngama-harsh sentences anikwa abantu abahlukumeza ingane namakhosikazi. Ngisanda kuzwa nje omunye unikwe 50 years for ukuhlukumeza umama ona 50 years nezingane zakhe. We also applaud the assistance our government.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Dipuo Ntuli. Your time is up. The next speaker from the IFP, Domfuthi Gumede, for 10 minutes, followed by Matho Shozi from the ANC.
Angibingelele Somlomo, Premier in his absentia, non-Ngqongqoshe delegates, and all protocol observed. Statistics shows that mukhulu umonakalo owenzekile emavikini ambalwa edlule, whereby sibone khona abantu belutha okukutapa beshisa amabhilidi. Racial killing took place and innocent people were killed ngaphandle kwesizathu ezindaweni ezifana no-Phoenix and Chatsworth eThekwini. IFP does not support the looting and killing of innocent people, but siyabonga umntwana waphinda ngene our President Emeritus ngomnikelo awenza emndenini ewu-29 ukuthi kwazi ukufihla abantu bayo obathandayo. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi a lot of families were affected with poverty ngenxa yalezi gameko njengoba kulahleke izigidi zemsebenzi ebiyondla imindeni obekusebenza ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane kuyo. Singabashiyi ngaphandle abesilisa abebondla imindeni yabo okungabantu besifazane nezingane ngemali abayiholayo. Lokhu kukhomba ukunyuka kwesibalo sabantu besifazane abalahlekelwe imisebenzi ekubeni bekuvele kunzima iningi labo lilahlekelwe imisebenzi due to pandemic COVID-19. Okubuhlungu ukuthi maningi amabhizinisi angeke asakwazi ukuphinde asebenze. Lokhu kwenza ukuthi izibalo zabesifazane abacindezelekile kwezomnotho zikhuphuke kakhulu. Ekubeni nalabo abasasebenza becindezelekile njengoba behola amaholo amancane kunabantu besilisa. Okunye esikubalulayo abantu besifazane abamnyama sithola besahola kancane kunezinye izinhlanga. Umnotho usasezandleni zabantu abamhlophe. Ukucindezeleka kwabantu besifazane kwezomnotho bebala elimnyama kubonakala kusalokhu kudlondlabala kunokwehla. kule minyaka edlule yize zibe khona izinhlelo zokuthi kunciphe izingcindezi, but siyabona ukuthi konke okwenzekile akubanga nemiphumela kuyiyona yona, ngoba akekho umuntu oqinisekisayo nolandelayo ukuthi lezi nhlelo ziyakwenza okufanele. I-IFP ithi kuzomela uhulumeni usebenze kakhudlwana ukuqinisekisa ushintsho lokucindezeleka kwabantu besifazane uma kudlula ukhuvethi lolu oselusibhubhisile kakhulu. Siyi-IFP sithi ezinhlelweni zokubuyisela umnotho kubantu besifazane, uhulumeni kumele aqinise izinhlelo ezahlukahlukene ezikhuthaza abantu besifazane ukuthi bakwazi ukuzimela, bazisebenze, bavule amabhizinisi azimele, banganciki kuhulumeni nokuyizibonelelo zikahulumeni. I-IFP believes that women are the backbone of society. Self-help, self-reliance, okuzimela kwabesifazane kuqinekiswe. Kumele banikwe umhlaba wokulima, baziqalele izingadi, balime mase bethengisa ukuze benze inzuzo, futhi bakwazi ukuzimela nokuzondla. Uhlelo lokuthi umuzi nomuzi ube nengadi esithi one home, one garden, kumele ubuyekiswe. As IFP sithi kumele kube nezinhlelo eziqinile eziqinisekisa ukuthi abantu besifazane baholelwa ngokulingana nabalingani babo besilisa. Izinkampani neminyango ezingayigcini lemiqathango kumele zijeziswe. Kumele uhulumeni alwisane nabezimboni zomnotho eziphethwe abezinhlanga ezithize zodwa ezenza kube nzima ukuba abamnyama besifazane bahlomule. Kumele imibandela yenze kube nzima, kumele imibandela eyenza kube nzima ukungena ezimbonini kwabesifazane, ezimbonini iqedwe, kuliswane nayo ukuze abantu besifazane ikakhulukazi abamnyama bakwazi ukuba yingxenye yomnotho wezwe. Kuzomele uhulumeni abuyekeze uhlelo lwamathenda triple BBE njengoba isahluleka ukubuyisela umnotho kwabamnyama besifazane. Kunalokho ihlomulise abesilisa bodwa ngenkohlakalo. I-IFP ikholelwa ukuthi kuzomele kube nenkantolo ezolwa nenkohlakalo ezinhlelweni ezikhipha imisebenzi namathuba kahulumeni ukuze abesifazane bahlomule ngokulingana nabesilisa kanye nezinye izinhlanga. Kanti futhi i-IFP ithi kwezomnotho siyadinga ukubona abesifazane bengena emikhakheni eminingi kweyamabhizinisi njengemkhakha wezasolwandle nezizimayini. Izinhlelo zonke ezineminyango azibe phezulu ukuthuthukiswa kwabantu besifazane. Bese siyacela ukuthi izinto zonke esizimplementayo ezabantu besifazane nje basuke sihlangene eziphalamende, ngoba siyezwa ozakuthi impela they are grandstanding ngokuthi kunezinto ezenzakalayo in writing, but we don't see those shelters abakhuluma ngawo, and azikho izinto ezikhombisayo ukuthi izinto esikhuluma la siphuma sibambene sabantu besifazane sambe siyosebenza siyinto eyodwa, sifika la sikhulume sibe into eyodwa. Uma ngabe sesiphuma ilanga phandle, uma ngabe sesiqhuba ngendlela yokuthi siqhuba ezepolitiki, siyacela ke kube namhlanje sibe isibonakalisi sokuthi kuzo zonke izinto esizithathayo noma ama resolutions esiwenzayo sibumbane sisabantu besifazane, kungabe ukuthi sivumela ukuthi ipolitiki ingene phakathi kwethu, sizikhombisa ukuthi sifisa ukuthi impumelelo ibe khona kuthina sonke sabantu besifazane. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. The next speaker on behalf of the ANC, Mato Shozi, for 10 minutes.
Program Director, Honorable Vuisa Kaluza, and Bingilele Tatewethu, members of the legislature that are with us today. A special greetings to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ubaba Usihle Zikalala. A few days ago, Program Director Ubeno Sugoluhle Lokuzalwa. Sifisa ke appreciate kakhulu singabo mama i-availability ne-support asinikeze yona kwi-parliament lethu. Angibingelele ku-Honorable Speaker intokazi yakithi, uMiss Nentembeko Boyce. We used to call her Antinte in our district. Owala githi la sikhona siyaziqhenya kakhulu ngawe siyabingelela. Honorable MECs, champions of our service delivery. Asibingelele kumama uDixie osisamukele sila eMzwabantu. Greetings to all delegates. We are very honored, Program Director, kuthina ngaphakathi sila kuleli parliamente. Sino President wethu we-ANC Women's League. Ngifisa ukumbingelela uPresident umama uBathabile Dlamini la ekhona futhi usibukile uyasibona singabantu besifazane igalelo esizolifaka namhlanje. Let me say all protocol is observed. It is an honor to me as a young woman to be given a chance. Sizoxoxa ngezingqinamba zethu kusishayamthetho sethu saKwaZulu-Natal kulo nyaka ka-2021 okunyaka esithi ke si supporter okanye sigubha izinsuku zika mama uCharlotte Maxeke okuyena ke owasilekelela nowasilwela ke izimpi zethu singabantu besifazane ngaphansi ke kwesiqubulo esithi realizing women's rights. Despite the challenges we are faced with in this world of pandemic COVID-19 and the pandemic of gender-based violence, okwenzeke salahlekelwa ubuntu, salahlekelwa imisebenzi, kwalahleka ngisho nezihlobo zethu nemindeni yethu. Kodwa ke phezu kwaloko sinethemba lokuthi ke leli parliament la namhlanje kanjalo no premier wethu waKwaZulu-Natal necabinet yonke izoba nethuba lokucubungula nokuqonda zonke izingqinamba zabantu abasha nabesifazane ngokukhethekileyo. Izolo ke sizokhumbula ukuthi uPrumuke washo nomeya wogu labe kade besho khona bethi inkinga zonke esibhekana nazo kakube eze service delivery eze gender based violence nako konke okusiqinile singabantu besifazane kodwa kuyibona abantu abazwela kakhulu ezweni uma kunezinkinga abantu besifazane. Ake ngiqale ke ngokuthi ke before ngiqhubeke nenkulumo yami, Program Director ngithi Happy Women's Day to all women, young and old. Let me not leave the sector of LGBTIQA+. Ngibalula le sector ngokubalekile ngoba they are faced with a serious pandemic of gender-based violence. As we speak now in the area of Umzumbe kwaQoloqolo, esikoleni esithiwa uMthwalume High School, kunomntwana ama-mates akhe amstripper off impahla. They wanted to see if she is a female or a male. Njengamanje sihlezi la kule parliament. That shows us ukuthi we still have problems ey'ndaweni zethu la sihlala kuzona. Kodwa noma uhulumeni esilekelela kodwa ziningi izinto ekufanele sizibheke. Sifisa ke i-ofisi lika Premier kanjalo ne-Department yakwa-Education yenze sure ukuthi kune-quick intervention eyenzayo ukuthi inakele sasigameko esenzeke laphaya endaweni yakwaQoloqolo eMthwalume njengamanje. We also want laba abadila ne-judiciary ukuthi nabo uma leli cala selihlengahlengiswa noma selikhushulwa libekwa ezingeni kube ukuthi balinikeza indawo elifanele ngendlela okuyiyona. The month of August is a very critical month for all of us as a nation because we are all committed to non-sexism. Let me upload the good work, Program Director, that is done by our Speaker and her colleagues in the legislature, where bekunomhlangano lapho benidingida khona izindaba zokucwasana ngobulili, ikakhulukazi laba engikhuluma ngabo ngaphambilini u-LGBTIQA+. Ngifisa ukulibiza ngiliqondise leli gama ngoba bajwayele ukuthi abantu balidide ebese bezizwa laba abaphila nalobulili engazuthi bona abamukelekile kanti bayingxenye phela yethu yasekuhlayeni futhi bangabavoti base South Africa. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo singabo mama ngoba kuyi isidingo sethu ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibanakekele. Le symposium ebekade ikhona i-emphasize kakhulu ekwenzeni ukuthi i-society as a whole understand ukuthi bayingxenye yethu futhi siphila nabo, ayikho enye into ekufanele siyenze. Culture or no culture, we are all human beings. The culture of unity and equality needs to be taken serious in the province. Kumele ke futhi sibe nama structures and also ama forums that are fully functional and have a clear mandate in the development of a woman, a young woman in particular. Premier and your cabinet, you have tried, but it's not enough. Asikuvumeni lokho kuhle sesikubonile kwenzekile, kodwa ke siyasho futhi singabo mama ukuthi akakeneli ngendlela esifisa kufika khona. We want to see black young women abazofana no Mama Charlotte Maxeke owning farms, owning big companies, bebamba iqhaza ngisho ekwezezimbiwa izimayini, bezibambele bona mathupha, yonke into iza kubona. Futhi ke siyabazi ukuthi mabenikezwe iqhaza, umuntu wesifazane nokwamnikeza ithuba uwenza enzisise ebese yakhombisa ukuthi izwe angalibusa kanjani. Lokho kongikusho nje angizenyezi ngoba sike sigabeni ngisho namanje sokuthi ke Somlomo weParliament sikwazi ngisho kuba no president wesifazane kuleli zwe lakithi laseMzansi. Angiphendule nje nginga yikude ngisancoma ke ukusebenza okuhle kwaHulumeni ukuthi ke udadewethu osanda kusuka la ukhulume ngama shelters. Uthi ke siya grandstand sithi ama shelters mhlambe nje angisheshise ngingaze ngidle isikhathi. Ama shelters are owned by ama victims. Ama shelters are not owned by the society. Uma ekhona kusuke kuyela labo bantu lapho ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola ukulekeleleka ngendlela uHulumeni akufanele abanakekele ngayo ukuze balapheke ezimpilweni, balapheke nasemqondweni ngoba isuke behlukumezekile. The province of KwaZulu-Natal ibe nje nesigameko la kubulawe khona indle emnyama, kuhlukunyezwe ngisho abesifazana abasebancane, the Phoenix massacre. I strongly feel a speaker of the legislature that if Premier and the cabinet you can deploy a woman in that area, kunomehluko omkhulu ongenzeka. Siyabona umehluko uyenzeka, abantu sebeboshiwe, ziningi izinto ezenzakalayo. Kodwa umuntu wesifazane uyakwazi ukuthi ayibamba aqine ngoba isuke ezoyiqonda ngokuthobeka, abe nesihe futhi akwazi ukuthi abe nezinseka ukuze zonke inkinga zabantu zikwazi ukubonakala zilungiswa ezweni. Angiphendule Honorable Jenny Program Director, the issue of Phoenix was not nje into uHulumeni athi cha nginake nje abantu abawu30 kuloke ngikhuluma ngabo ngibayekile abashonele mhlambe ngibayekile abaningi laba abanye, akunjalo bazomtolikela ke ngolimi lwakhe. Ngithi ngikubeke nje ngolimi lwakithi lwesiZulu ukuze kuzwakale. Ingenxa yokuthi le iPhoenix massacre was a racial attack, bekuyinto ebiqonde ngqo ngebala elithize ngoba ubungadlula ngezinyawo unebala elimhlophe kodwa ubungeke uzwenziwe lutho, kodwa mali imnyama bekumele ukuthi kube khona into eyenziwa kwena ebebhlungu. That is why we are saying it's a Phoenix massacre. Ingakho kuHulumeni egxilile ekubhekeni leyo nto. We salute the leadership of our country and the province ngokusideployela ke kakhulukazi. Siyabonga mfisa ke nidlulisele ngisho naku Premier intokazi sayincane ke a young woman in the province ku high position yokuba uDeputy Minister uDr Nobuhle Nkabani. Ngifisa ke njengabantu besifazane kakhulukazi thina ke sivela ke enhlanganweni ebusayo lephethe lelizwe kaKhongolo sayenza kahle nasebantwini, sizishaya ihlombe futhi sizishaya isifuba ukuthi lento ka 50-50 nalento yokunakekela abantu besifazane abasebancane kuma position cha siyayenza futhi ke yaqalwa yithi and sisazoqhubeka siyenze ngendlela ekufanele siyenze ngayo. This year of Charlotte Maxeke must be a different and an extraordinary year because Charlotte Maxeke was not just a female. Umama was extraordinary. She set up an employment agency for Africans in Johannesburg. Kwakuyinto yokuqala le abaningi ababengayenza kodwa bekhona abanye ohulumeni kodwa bahluleka. But uMama Charlotte Maxeke was the only first black woman owakwazi ukuthi afome this agency. Somlomo no program director, ngiyafisa ke ukusho ukuthi nginiphathise ukuthi kuleli parliament la namhlanje there is an agency ebizwa ngeNYDA that deals with ama issues of young women and also abantu abasha nje bonke basekuhlaleni. But as women we also feel that we need to have our own. Sikuye sakusho lokho eParliament elingaphambilini but asikakuboni kwenzeka siyakubona okunye sikucelile niyakwenza kodwa besicela ukuthi ke sikwazi kuba neagents nathi ezokhuluma ngathi la izoba khona nemali nosabelo mali ofanele ozoqondana nabo ibe nabasebenzi champions who are going to deal direct with women issues, young women in particular. Ezongacwasa ibala ezongacwasa umuntu ngokopolitiki kodwa that is going to deal direct with issues of women and young women. Thank you very much Program Director. Ngiyaza isikhathi sami sikakapheli kodwa ke as I'm landing uMam Chawuthi Maxeke once said and I quote, this work is not for yourselves. Kill the spirit of self and do not live above your people. We live with them and if you can rise bring someone. Mandla Malibongwe Kama lamakhosikazi angaqedi.
Siyabonga kakhulu. I'm disadvantaged. Angazi labantu akade bemlaka kanti ukuthi bebema kanjani bona manje imic ile phansi. We will then quickly move with the program. Sicele udadewethu who has been allocated to be the reporter on behalf of all of us. Esimkhethe izolo. Sizocela ke ukuthi azosipresentela ama resolutions eParliament lethu lika 2021.
Ngicela ukubingelela kusomlomo, ngibingelele ku Premier, ama members eParliament akhona o MEC, ngibingelele amakhosikazi onke akhona ngaphakathi, namakhosikazi onke ase South Africa akhona asibukele sikule Parliament ekhona namhlanje. Igama ngikuthapsile ngoba kanjoko omele iAfrican National Congress. Okwami ke sekuncane amakhosikazi axoxile sihlalile kuma commissions saba nama resolutions esiphume nawo esithi ka sizowa presenta kwi legislature ya KZN.
There is a hand. Can we bring the mic to the member?
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ukungikhomba ngithi ngiphawule la umhlonishwa ngaphambili usemele iAfrican National Congress kanti sihlanganile izolo sisonke sakhetha ureporter. So if that is the case then sizocela ukuphakamisa omunye ozophinde enza amanye ama resolutions. Ngiyabonga.
The member that is presenting is what I got where I'm sitting, she was just indicating, but not that when she is presenting on behalf of. That's what I got. But I think we can, no, don't howl. That's not how we do it in the House. But that's, I want us, for all of us, for the benefit of all of us, to then correct it. You are presenting resolutions on behalf of delegates. That's what we want to then correct.
Ngixolisa kubahlonishwa ngilanga phambi kwenu ngirepresenta iWomen Parliament ka 2021. Ngizofunda ama resolutions esivumelane ngayo kuma commissions ebesinawo amathathu izolo. Esizocela ke ukuthi iParliament lethu laKwaZulu Natal liwabhekisise bese futhi lenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lokho esicele la kuyenzeka. Siyakubona okuningi okwenzekile ebesikucelile ngaphambilini kuyenzeka kodwa akenzeki konke. So ke sizocela ke namanje ukuthi siphinde siede kokunye ukuthi mangabe sekufika ke eParliament elandelayo ka2022 nakhona sibe sireportela ukuthi mhlambe iprogress ithini. Siyabonga nje kakhulu ukuthi akuthuleki nje mangabe sifake izinto zethu amakhosikazi. Ama resolutions ethu ke ame kanje. Resolutions taken during the 2021 Women's Parliament held at Mkhomba Community Hall, Umzwabantu Local Municipality on 9 to 10 August 2021. We, the delegates of the Women's Parliament sitting under the theme, the Year of Charlotte Maxeke, Realizing Human Rights, took the following resolutions, which emanated from the 3 commissions to further guide the legislature in its interaction with the sector in terms of Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Under the Office of the Premier, noting the age limit of generally between the ages of 18 and 35 in government funding which restricts women development. The Women's Parliament resolved the age must be removed from all programs and government funding aimed at developing women. Noting the unsustainability of EPWP grant employment which only provides income for a few months. The Women's Parliament resolved the government department must create sustainable job opportunities to beat the cycle of the poverty. Number 3, the high rate of unemployment and poverty, which sometimes lead to inability to afford sanitary towels. We further resolve that the government must take sanitary towels available to all public offices and clinics to cater for women who can't afford. Number 4, that women residing in deep rural areas are unable to access current information on capacitation and empowerment of women programs. The Women's Parliament resolved that the Office of the Premier, as the coordinating department, must ensure that all women have equal access to information across the province. 5, that women farmers are not recognized and not well capacitated. We resolved that the capacitation of women in farms must be prioritized by the Office of the Premier, working with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We note that some government departments, agriculture and rural development, transport, education, community safety and liaison, did not present departmental reports at the commissions. The Women's Parliament resolved that the Premier must follow up with the MECs of these departments to inquire the reasons thereof and must report to the legislature within 14 days of the reasons that led the departments not to presenting. The aforementioned department to still prepare the presentations and forward such to the legislature. The members of the affected commissions may still require an engagement with the said departments, and costs associated with such follow-up engagements must be fully carried by the affected departments. Department of Health, that the Department of Health has not met at least 50% women employment in senior position. The Parliament resolved that the Department of Health must prioritize hiring and promoting women on their vacant posts, including those in senior management in the department. Noting the increasing number of young women catching different types of diseases, the Parliament resolved that the Department of Health must initiate a program where they visit schools on rotational basis and conduct through checkups to young women. Department of Social Development, we noted that the high rate of gender-based violence and femicide in our society. We therefore resolved that the department must educate public about the existence of white door centers and how they work. The department must further increase the number of white door centers and establish them at least in each and every local municipality. Human settlements. We noted that the children are attached to their mothers than their fathers, and further noting that the low number of women with ownership of land. We resolved that in case of women married in community of property, the department must issue the title deeds on the name of the wife, not on the husband. We noted the alleged fraud and corruption in the beneficiation of RDP houses. It was resolved that the department must root out corruption and encourage a more transparent process in the allocation of houses. The department further must prioritize women and children on the allocation. The department must initiate a program of discouraging beneficiaries of RDP houses from selling their houses. Housing register to be speedily implemented in KwaZulu-Natal. We also noted the challenges faced by women in the process of acquiring land in rural areas under Ingonyama Trust land. The Parliament resolved that the department must standardize the process of applying for the RDP house in rural areas and in urban areas. Letters from the local tribal authority should not be a requirement from those in the rural areas. Sports and recreation. The low number of women from previously disadvantaged backgrounds participating in car spinning sports. The Parliament resolved that the Department of Sports and Recreation promotes and supports car spinning in previously disadvantaged areas like rural areas and townships. Arts and culture. The generalization of project planning by the department. The Women's Parliament resolved that the department must plan projects according to the needs of women per district so that project can be localized. Noting that the creative arts sector is not properly supported by government, yet it provides job opportunities through entrepreneurship. So the Women's Parliament resolved that the creative sector must be given more attention and skills development needs to be refined to accommodate other underrepresented sectors that can contribute to job creation. Economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs. We noted that women do not have equal access to information on many programs dedicated to women empowerment. The Parliament resolved that this department must organize a summit for women to provide information and support on programs aimed to empower women to participate in various programs. That government establishes gender portfolio committees in all municipalities that will focus on women empowerment offered by various departments and on funding initiatives available. The national and provincial departments must disseminate all information pertaining the funding for women empowerment initiatives to municipalities to ensure wider distribution and to promote access to funding. Noting the programs on gender-based violence, women empowerment, or social support services focus on youth between ages of 18 to 35, while discriminating against women between 36 and 59 years of age. The Parliament resolved that women between 36 and 59 years of age must be considered as beneficiaries of women empowerment programs, social support services, and other government development initiatives. Noting that this department has set aside 1 million to support aspirant black industrialists in the manufacturing of hair care products, the Parliament resolved that this department provides training to women on black industrialist initiatives. To increase the number of beneficiaries to ensure that more women benefit from this initiative. Noting that there is often lack of progress reporting and support provided to gender-based violence victims and lack of access to funding. The Women Parliament resolved that the government must strengthen support to victims of gender-based violence and deal with all reported cases in effective and efficient manner. That the funding and programs aimed at supporting victims of gender-based violence must be managed by gender desk, organization, and people working closely with victims of gender-based violence. Noting that the Dube Trade Port intervention on women empowerment are only targeted women from eThekwini Metro as beneficiaries. The Parliament resolved that this intervention must not be limited only to women from eThekwini Metro, but women from other areas must be equally considered as recipients. Noting that through Operation Vula Fund, it has approved funding to 477 women-owned businesses, which represent 47% of its total of 1,022 successful applicants lodged. Women Parliament resolved that this department must increase the number of beneficiaries every financial year to ensure that more women benefit from this funding initiative. Department of Public Works. The Department of Public Works has a number of projects to support women in construction. The Parliament resolved that this department must intensify training programs dedicated to women in construction, to close gender gaps, and to eliminate red tapes that seem to exclude ordinary women from participating in construction. This department ensures wider dissemination of information pertaining to women in construction empowerment initiatives to all parts of province, as many women are not aware of some of the initiatives. Noting that the Department of Public Works has a number of deserted properties which have become hotspots for crime and hangouts for thieves and drug dealers. The Women Parliament resolved that this department conducts an audit of all unoccupied properties for possible reutilization of these properties. Department of Transport. The abuse faced by widows and women in general in the taxi industry, where they are sometimes conquered not to operate. The Women's Parliament resolved that the Department of Transport must put together means to ensure that women operators are protected in their business operations and conditions are not easy for male counterparts to force them out of the business. Department of Community Safety and Liaising. The absence of specialized courts in KZN, that the Women's Parliament resolved that the department must ensure the specialized court be introduced in the province to deal with the special matters urgently. Noting the insufficient display of information signages in police stations across the province, the Women's Parliament resolved that all police stations must have clear signages detailing information that will assist victims on how to report different cases. Noting that most of gender-based violence cases get postponed in court and some never get in trial. The Women's Parliament resolved that the SAPS must intensify the arrest of gender-based violence culprits and ensure that they are prosecuted while remaining in custody. That SAPS, the Department of Community Safety and Liaising, and the courts must ensure that gender-based violence cases do end up in court and are trialed. Noting that women receive unfavorable treatment by SAPS officials when opening cases in the police station, The Women's Parliament resolved that the department must ensure that women are treated fairly by the SAPS when they arrive to report cases. The Parliament further resolved that the capacitation of SAPS must take priority and must be done on continuous basis. Noting that the hate crimes in our which sex workers and LGBTQIA+ are faced with, the Women's Parliament resolved that the government must continue to have programs that teach about sex workers and LGBTQAI+ to avoid discrimination. Department of COGTA. Noting the municipal challenges emanating from lack of financial management in municipality, the Women's Parliament resolved that COGTA must capacitate women councillors to empower them to lead effectively with understanding and knowledge. Women must be empowered on strategic areas such as financial matters to be able to contribute meaningfully within their respective communities. The department must educate the public on roles of local government or local leaders to avoid perception that councillors are spending government funds to their own gain. Noting the absence of women empowerment funds in all municipalities, the Women's Parliament resolved that each municipality must be allocated a women empowerment grant fund. We also noted the absence of women focal desk in all municipalities. We resolved that just like youth desk, all municipalities must have their own funded and well-resourced women focal desk and officers. That the Women's Parliament further resolve that all municipalities must have multi-party women's caucus with budgets allocated to them. It was noted that the communities are not informed on how public funds are spent by the municipality and local leadership. The Women's Caucus resolved that the COGTA must facilitate a program where members of the public are educated on how municipalities operate and how they utilize public funds allocated to them. Department of Treasury. It was noted that the impact of budget cuts in delivery of Department of Health Services. So Women's Parliament resolved that Treasury must increase budget funding for the department so that the department will be able to deliver better quality services, including doing disease awareness campaigns. We further noted that the department is sitting at 43% on senior management positions occupied by women. And it was resolved that the department must prioritize women on the vacant of senior management post to ensure that they achieve their 50% target before the end of the financial year. 2021 women's resolutions adopted on Tuesday, 10 August 2021 at Mkoba Community Hall, Umzwabantu Local Municipality, on behalf of the Women Foundation representatives, kwafakwa ke ANC, IFP, DA, EFF, NFP, MF, ATM, ACDP, nama members ke chairperson uMamucele no speaker we parliament lethu la KwaZulu Natal. Siyabonga kakhulu speaker, iwona ke lawa ama resolutions athathwe omama bakwaZulu Natal. Nazi izandla engazi.
We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. Let's wait for the chair to stand up before you shout. Let's not shout. We don't shout in parliament. Yes, that's why we have the chairperson who is chairing the session. Now, I see that there are hands before we move for adoptions, but I want to indicate to delegates, Uguti, you still have an opportunity to forward if there are matters that you feel have not been covered, taking into account that Not all issues that were deliberated in commissions will form part of resolutions because you deliberate and then you conclude. But if there are other matters that are urgent that we feel we need to raise them now, we will open for that session briefly, colleagues, and then we will then move for the adoption of the resolutions. I see the hand in the front and the hand at the back. If we cannot exceed 2 minutes each, we will really appreciate it, fellow delegates.
Ngicela ukuqala ngixolise kusihlalo umhlangano. Ngicela ukuthi silungise iphathi le ethinta induna nokukhipha kwezincwadi. Asiphikisani nokuthi abantu besifazane banikwe iland, but we cannot remove the authority from izinduna because kusho ukuthi sesiyaphikisana nokusebenza kwawo. So ngizocela ukuthi silungise lapho as IFP asikwazi ukuthi singahambisana nale resolution eyenziwe lapha phansi. Thank
The
you.
second comment. Noted.
Thank you, Chair. Do I need to stand up or do you, I think you all know who I am by now? Okay.
Can you please speak, ma'am?
I am speaking, yes. One of the things that I noted yesterday, it was, and I thought about whether to raise it yesterday or not. But it felt very much like in the commission I was in, that there had been a caucus with the majority party that was there on how the commission was going to go. And if you went and strayed off...
Manag.
No, can I
Wait,
be finished?
wait,
Can I
wait,
finish?
Wait, can you allow me to chair? So that we do not get out of order, all of us. We have opened sessions now. We are opening this session for additions on what was deliberated in commissions that has not been covered in the report. If we can construct our comments on that.
If you'll
it
bear
will
with
assist
me,
us.
I'll get to the point. If you'll just bear with me, I'm just giving you a little bit of background. One of the resolutions from 2020, and it has actually been a resolution from 2018, 2019, and 2020, was for signage to go up into every police station, telling the public and educating the public on what their rights are and the responsibility of SAP and Metro are where it comes to gender-based violence, domestic violence, LGBTQ+, any type of physical violence. It was requested that it was put back on the resolution. I did not hear it on the resolution. My comment is that there was a direction in the commission of how it was going to go, and if you weren't with the caucus, you kind of got ignored. The fact that this was not put on the resolution goes to speak to that fact.
We have noted the comment that was made earlier on a resolution that the commission had said must be added. There was another hand in front of me.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add, under the Office of the Premier, the establishment of forums for LGBTIQA+ and also sex workers, so that they will be able to discuss their issues and also get indlela yokwazi bathole i-budget like women forums and also youth forums. Mhlambe on top of that, futhi sihlalo ke bengizocela ukusho ukuthi ke ngidlulise ukuthi ke iParliament laKwaZulu Natal linomgomo ukuthi lakhe imithetho liphinde liphendule bese liyakwazi ukuthi lilekelele ukusebenza ebantwini. Kafishane nje our mandate kusho lona ke iParliament is to law making, oversight and also
the deliberation
and
of
also public participation. Bengidlulisa nje ukuthi ke ezinye indaba sizozithatha la, we take resolutions here and then iParliament will have to go back and bacubungula ama resolutions ethu and implement. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga. With the additions that have been made on the resolutions, May I then take hands that moves for the adoption of the resolutions? There is a hand in front of me.
Sihlalo igama ngingunonhlanhla kaGabela from the African National Congress. I move for the adoption of the
Thank you. Do
resolution.
we have a seconder? There is a hand here in front.
uSlondile wakwamkhize ngiyasupporta iproposal eyenziwe okhulume phambi kwami yabo.
Thank you very much. We must remind leaders of formations that you will be given an opportunity to sign the resolutions on behalf of your parties. I'm sure the desk will be allocated where you are going to be signing on behalf of the party represented in the Women's Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. Firstly, Somlomo, I know you are a perfectionist. Let me first indicate to you that we did experience a number of glitches that were reported to us, as you know. We allow for sessions where we deliberate with delegates, where they will then brief us if there were any technical challenges or logistical challenges on their way to the Parliament. And certain areas were raised with us, including the comfortability in the hotel, and we were given a confirmation that indeed certain issues were addressed. We did indicate to delegates that where matters are beyond our control, we sincerely would like to share our most apology to delegates. Uma kukhona la before bafike eParliament, la kube khona izingqinamba ezingabaphathanga kahle. That's the session that we had with delegates. So majority of the issues that were of concerns were indeed addressed by the team of the legislature. Somlomo siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi siqhubeke nalolu hlelo ebesinalo. The speaker would like to.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. On the matter that the Deputy Chief Whip had spoken about, the matter that was raised by the delegate of the Economic Freedom Fighters, I have received the report that it has been a matter that was resolved. It has been a matter that was discussed in the normal session. But nonetheless, maybe the delegate felt that she had to elevate it to this platform. Although we're going to deal with it in what we usually call the postmortem, where we deal, and party formations are always still part of that in preparation for the next one. But we want to commit that beyond having dealt with them, we have also, through the Office of the Secretary, working with the service provider that has been procured, the taxis that had brought people here have been changed, including that one that stopped for delegates to go get food and left the radio playing, and when it was time to move, it was no longer moving. So that we also clarify that it's not exactly that we did not, through the Office of the Secretary, do quality assurance. But these things that happened are not what should characterize the interaction with delegates and parties. And they have been corrected, and we want you to be able to raise them also in the future. The Office of the Secretary, Ms. Naidu, will always ensure that there is proper and swift response when delegates raise matters that are not happy with. Thank you also to you, Deputy Chief Whip, for the intervention that you have made yesterday in resolving these matters prior to today. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu Somlomo sithi asizicebe impela before ama delegates ahambe so that when we leave here all of us sihamba sikhululekile. Sibonga kakhulu Somlomo ngokuqinisekisa ukuthi noma izingqinamba zikhona ze COVID-19 uhlelo lama sectoral engagements lihlale liqhubeka liya phambili njalo. Sotswebhe omkhulu eShamthetho saKwaZulu Natal and the entire whips of the legislature of KwaZulu Natal, we really appreciate your presence and ensuring that we provide guidance where necessary. We'd like to appreciate Manaidu, umsebenzi eniqhubeka niwenza with your team, in particular the IT team. We always strive to ensure ukuthi there are no glitches, at least aba major, and obviously today was no exception. We must really appreciate all that you do with the collective team ekhona eShamthetho saKwaZulu Natal in the administration. Sibonge kakhulu kusisi uPhumzile Mbathacele for always continuing enza isiqinisekiso sokuthi umsebenzi ophethena to these engagements uqhubeka ngendlela ku level esiyidingayo. Sibonge mama uMeya ngokusijoyina, the premier in absentia, all MECs who managed to join, all members of the legislature who were also connected in various platforms. We know, fellow delegates, ukuthi the reason why sibancane is because we wanted to minimize numbers. Sibonge kakhulu to you delegates. Siyazi ukuthi uma ngabe sihlangene kanje kuyaye kube khona ukuthi kube khona ukushayisana here and there, but every time siyazama ukuthi sibuyisane. We really do appreciate your presence. Siyacela ukuthi uma ngabe kuphinda futhi kuba khona okuzoba inkinga on our way home, sizame ukuthi sikulungise nisazise kona so that we correct and we ensure ukuthi sikwenza konke kube ngcono. I saw ukuthi the Deputy Chair of Chairs is no longer in the house in absentia as well. We'd like to appreciate her presence in this particular platform. I've received an indication, delegates and members, ukuthi right at the back behind the cameras, we are going to be receiving our packs esizokwazi ukuthi sihambe now. The session for the 2021 Women's Parliament is now coming to an end. Siyabonga kakhulu sengathi uThixo anganikhusela as you make your way home. Siphinde futhi sibonane nangonyaka olandelayo. We thank you very much, all colleagues. The Parliament stands adjourned.